KUAMFM, Hagatna, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Times I almost said it was on my mind, but I didn't. Just the other day, I wrote down all the things I'd say, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. Maybe I know that you've been wondering, oh yeah. Whoa, so here goes nothing. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. And I would be lying if I said that I can't live my life without you. Cause if no, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know. Second glass of wine, that did it. There was something about your kiss, and girl, it did me in. It got me thinking, I'm thinking. One of the things that I've been feeling, oh yeah. Whoa, it's time you hear me. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. And I would be lying if I said that I can't live my life without you. Cause if no, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. And I would be lying if I said that I can live my life without you. Cause if no, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know. Second glass of wine, that did it. There was something about your kiss, so girl, it did me in. You got me thinking, well, I'm thinking, baby, I know that you've been wondering, oh yeah. Whoa, so here goes nothing. Guess you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. And I won't be lying if I said that I can't live my life without you. Cause if no, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you case you didn't know.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Tomorrow pride is what we say each and every day, from Go down to Molesso Bay. People laughing, having fun. There's room for everyone. Forget the TV, hit the road, cause we ain't done. Laddie Stones, yeah, and them coconut trees, plus the finest dang women that you'll ever meet. Here on Guam, there's a difference you see between that stateside life and that island heat. So let's go to Mumbai, where the girls pass by all day. You can see them on the sand where they lay. Get toasted by the sun. There's room for everyone. Forget the TV, hit the road, cause we ain't done. Laddie Stones, yeah, and them coconut trees, plus the finest dang women that you'll ever meet. Here on Guam, there's a difference you see between that stateside life and that island heat. Between that stateside life and that island heat. Laddie Stones, yeah, and them coconut trees, plus the finest dang women that you'll ever meet. Here on Guam, there's a difference you see between that stateside life and that island heat. So let's go to Mumbai, where the girls pass by all day. You can see them on the sand where they lay. Get toasted by the sun. There's room for everyone. Forget the TV, hit the road, cause we ain't done. Laddie Stones, yeah, and them coconut trees, plus the finest dang women that you'll ever meet. Here on Guam, there's a difference you see between that stateside life and that island heat. Between that stateside life and that island heat.
The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Ella uli die sombranza maakt. Et zu ita saluda antes di niga. Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo em memu. A nogi distância como kupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues Atan Fanny Bandera Kau esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentamiti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru Politanota Kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria A big is the same Paraiona, Parai gloria, a viva isla
things I almost said was on my mind, but I didn't. Just the other day, I wrote down all the things I'd say, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. Maybe I know that you've been wondering, oh yeah, whoa, so here goes nothing. In case you didn't know, maybe I'm crazy about you, and I would be lying if I said that I can't live my life without you. 'Cause if no, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, yeah. The way you look tonight, the second glass of wine that did it. There was something about your kiss, and girl, it did me in. It got me thinking, well, I'm thinking. One of the things that I've been feeling, oh yeah, whoa, it's time you hear me. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you, and I would be lying if I said that I can't live my life without you. 'Cause if no, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you, and I would be lying if I said that I can live my life without you. 'Cause if no, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know. The way you look tonight, the second glass of wine that did it. There was something about your kiss, so girl, it did me in. You got me thinking, well, I'm thinking. Baby, I know that you've been wondering, oh yeah, whoa, so here goes nothing. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you, and I won't be lying if I said that I can't live my life without you. 'Cause if no, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, so baby, I'm crazy about you, and I won't be lying if I said that I can live my life without you. 'Cause if no, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. Said you had my heart a long, long time ago. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know.
Morning, Guam. Huh. Morning. Friday, Guam.
was gonna say if you took any more time, you would have had to say good afternoon, Guam.
Yeah, sorry. It's bring your kids to work day. You know how that
Oh.
goes. Good morning, guys. 6:24.
The little ones are restless, huh?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Whew. Good morning, Joe, sir.
Morning, sir.
Good morning to our viewers on Facebook Live. Jay, good morning.
Yeah, and there are many of them. Hi, good morning, everybody.
Who we got here this morning?
Mama Bear was saying, "Hey guys, what's up with the empty seat?" Well,
Sorry, there was a fried rice accident in the office, so I had to go
Oh.
run and clean that up. My
The
bad.
li-
My
the-
bad, everybody.
the littlest Barnetts needed attention as they should. So
All right.
Chris had daddy duty.
Hey, it's the link here on a Friday. It's brought to you by Cabo Enterprises, Carrier, and IT&E. Good morning, 625. Dr. Ho Wen of the Physicians Advisory Group is coming on. There's a lot going on with the COVID. So we'll catch up with him. There was a new CDC advisory that came out yesterday about people who have been vaccinated being able to skip quarantine. But that was a brand new advisory, and Dr. Felix Cabrera from the Department of Public Health, the chief medical officer, had said, it's still that new. So they got to wait and figure out how it's applicable to Guam. We've seen that they don't always follow the CDC guidances, and that's what they say. They say, it's a guidance. We don't necessarily have to follow it, but everybody was passing that around yesterday. So we'll catch up with Dr. Ho and get his 2 cents on that. Also, we get Mayor Jesse Allegan real quick this morning, as obviously there was some news that happened yesterday afternoon. Auto pedestrian accident up there by Benevente Middle School, Jay.
Yeah, that one very, very scary. We were rushing to get that online and try and figure out exactly what was happening, how many people may have been involved, and who exactly and how many people were injured. So
Yeah.
we're working on that all afternoon. Also, we are hearing now the beloved Daphne Shimizu answered all the questions yesterday, when you had her on and everything like that. Really, really good information. She is saying, because today is the beginning of tax filing season, that here at Revan Tax in Barragata Heights, we have already begun to receive tax returns.
Yeah, and there's a ton of people out there, too. Guys, be careful going by Barragata Heights. Very dangerous.
You take that way into work.
Yeah,
you
it's
come
the
through.
people are out on the road. They're parked half on the road. They're sasaying on the curb and the road, so be
How
careful.
far does the line go?
It goes all the way up Barragata Heights. Turns at Vinny's store up Barragata Heights.
Okay, so it goes into Barragata. Okay, good.
And there's some GPD on the scene, but really, guys, it's still dark outside, and coming through that area, like I said, you're going to have to kind of straddle because other people are straddling the curb and the road. You're going to have to go towards the middle. And there's cops there, but they're not really enforcing, like, I guess, the parking on the road part. They're just there more to guide people in, I believe.
Yeah.
So that's what's happening at DRT. That's been like that, though, since before today, which, of course, as Jason has mentioned, is the official start of the tax filing season. So we're going to throw up on the comments, Jay, the myguamtax.com,
Yep.
where you can get the 2021 or 2020 1040 and all those pertinent forms you need to get your taxes filed. But yeah, guys, file your taxes because you never know what tax year they're going to use for the next stimulus. And it looks like there is a next stimulus coming out with President Joe Biden. I don't know how much it's going to be. Any money, I'll take it. Let's go. All right, so that's what's happening this morning. Also, we're getting Ike Pareto, the Guam Customs chief, to come in and kind of unpack the oversight hearing they had there with Senator Selena Nelson. And then Senator Joanne Brown was the recipient of this is a crazy story that I'm sure we'll have more of on our news update. But apparently there was a huge gambling ring, I want to say, illegal gambling ring. We had the airport executive manager on yesterday, JQ. And it was kind of funny yesterday, right? It was kind of funny because, Sabrina was questioning him and he was throwing out these no comment, can't comment, no comment. And we had a big laugh. But then through a FOIA, we were able to get one of the guys who was he kind of looks like he was one of the ones who helped start it. But one of these guys who was involved in this alleged illegal gambling ring had filed an appeal to his termination with the Civil Service Commission. And it was just like the whole history of this whole incident, and it's very serious. So, I mean, like I said, we had kind of fun with JQ yesterday and trying to ask him about it, and it was like no comment. He was being really coy. But then when you read this appeal, man, this is involving hundreds of law enforcement and firefighters and just a whole bunch of different things. And I think what nabbed them was there was some big money being won, and I guess they weren't paying their taxes. So maybe they go file their taxes today too. It's 6:29. You ready to do the news, Jay? Sabrina's coming in at 8. So Jason Solis here will do the news with the very latest from the KUM News team. Jason Solis, good morning.
All right, Hafaday, good morning, Guam. Here's what's making island headlines on this Friday. Today, as we have been touching on, marks the beginning of Guam's tax filing season, and 2021 income tax returns can be filed starting today. As we said, Daphne was messaging us already on WhatsApp saying that they've already begun to receive income tax returns. Now, the deadline to file has not changed. That's important to know. So it remains April 15th. The deadline is the same as it normally is. You can also check the status of your federal stimulus check online right now at myguamtax.com. I threw that in the comments if you guys just want to jump over there through the EIP2 portal. So that's myguamtax.com, and check out the link for the EIP2 portal to see what the status is of your stimulus payment. Island residents who have received EIP 1 or 2 program payments are required to enter this information on their 1040 forms. As far as distributing the coronavirus vaccine, you can get your shot if you are in the designated groups today and Saturday over in Mingilao at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse from 1 to 7 p.m. Those who are 55 and older, in addition to healthcare workers, law enforcement professionals, staff of the mayor's offices, funeral home employees, public health contractors having either direct patient or client care, can get their shot. Register online now at tinyurl/liberategU1. That's tinyurl.com/liberategU1 if you'd like to book an appointment to get dose 1, and tinyurl.com/liberategU2 if you need the second dose. Now, if you'd like to book an appointment next week from Tuesday through Saturday, because remember, Monday is a holiday for most of the private sector, we put all the links in our comment section. I just did that a few seconds ago, so check that out, and you can actually book an appointment if you are in one of those groups for next week's vaccination. On that note, on Thursday, 533 samples for coronavirus were taken, with 3 returning positive. The number of positive cases since last March is now approaching 7,400, with 89 cases currently active on the island. 7,467 people have recovered from coronavirus locally, and Guam has tragically suffered 130 deaths. The number of those hospitalized remains in double digits for the first time in 2 weeks, with 10 people remaining admitted. 4 of them are in the ICU, and an equal number, 4, are on ventilators. The island's CAR score, therefore, remains at 1.0. Over 38,000 of your island neighbors have been vaccinated, with nearly 28,000 of those getting the first dose, with more than 10,000 people now being fully vaccinated. Now, speaking of vaccinations, the Centers for Disease Control has updated its quarantine recommendations for those who have been fully vaccinated. The new guideline mandates that fully vaccinated persons who meet criteria will no longer be required to quarantine following exposure to someone who has COVID-19. However, this does not necessarily mean this applies to Guam. Public Health says the quarantine requirements and protocols remain status quo as they review this very new recommendation and how it would translate locally. Currently, all inbound arrivals to Guam, unless they receive an exemption from Public Health, must do the 14-day quarantine in GovGuam's Tumon facility. Travelers do have the ability to test out by the 6th day. If you receive a negative test result, you will be released on day 7 to home quarantine for the remaining week. And now, with more news you need to know from the local front, here is KUAM's Peter Santos.
Hafaday and good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. It started as a site inspection to address overgrown trees outside Benavente Middle School in Dedido, but ended up with 6 people hospitalized. One of them, the village mayor. Here's more.
Yet another auto pedestrian accident occurred this afternoon right outside the front gates of Benavente Middle School in Dedido, marking the island's 3rd auto pedestrian incident in less than a month.
I immediately just picked up my radio and my phone and started calling 911, and it was so quiet, it was so fast.
Department of Agriculture Forestry Division Chief Christine Fajarin gave her first-hand account of the incident that sent 6 people to the hospital.
We were here for a site inspection with Department of Education, the administration from BMS, and the mayor's office. So Mayor Savares and her team. And we were all on on the sidewalk looking up, doing an inspection, when the railing started to shake. And we looked down and noticed it was moving away from us. And when we looked up to our left, we noticed that this car racing down the sidewalk. But yeah, there were about five of our team, of the group that were hit by the driver. So the immediate response was everybody's conscious, everybody okay, relay that to dispatch and request for support.
According to GFD spokesperson Kevin Riley, all 6 individuals involved, including the male driver of the vehicle, required immediate medical attention and were transported to GRMC and GMH.
They have significant injuries on some have minor injuries, but we'll be transporting all of them. The driver of the vehicle was unconscious at the time. Our units transported him as well.
GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez says he was alerted to the incident.
We're just working with fire and police to see what happened, let them do their jobs. But we're just out here to make sure our folks are okay and get as much of an update as possible on the victims and making sure that we're there to provide some support and make sure that they're okay as well.
As of news time, the Guam Police Department continues conducting their investigation to determine the cause of the accident and whether drugs, alcohol, or high speeds played any role in the incident.
The head of the Guam International Airport Authority isn't showing any of his cards as an active investigation plays out involving his employees. But as Sabrina Salas-Matanani reports, there are many other players from different agencies that are being implicated.
It's no game what's going on at the Guam International Airport Authority.
GIA is aware of all the allegations of employee misconduct, and of course we're investigating these allegations.
And throughout our interview with GIAA Executive Manager John Kanata, he held his poker face.
There's an ongoing investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Local?
Can't comment further.
Anybody terminated?
Yes.
How many?
Can't comment further, ma'am.
Do they wear a badge?
Can't comment further.
When were they terminated?
I can't comment further.
When was this complaint made?
Like I said, anything to do with this, the allegations and the investigation, I cannot be able to comment.
Despite our stack of questions, Kanata wouldn't fold.
I have to stick with the statement.
The GIAA executive manager may be sticking with this statement, but according to documents obtained through a Freedom of Information request, it lays all the cards on the table. According to the documents, Airport Police Officer 1, Jericho Santos, was terminated from the airport. According to the final notice of adverse action, Santos apologized for embarrassing the authority and took full responsibility for his actions. He admitted to being a gambler and did not deny gambling on duty. According to his case file with the Civil Service Commission, Santos was initially introduced to the Poker Bros app by Guam police officer Jesse San Nicolas, and then started as a player in an online mobile poker application in one of the Guam Police Department's online poker groups. Santos is then alleged to have started his own poker group called Jack 10. He recruited up to 249 active members, which included airport police officers, security guards, airport firefighters, Guam police officers, Guam firefighters, Guam National Guardsmen, DZSP personnel, Superior Court of Guam marshals, local business owners, civilians, off-island participants and players from all different professions from all over the island and even in the States. According to the documents, Santos admitted that he and his agents made an estimated $120,000 or more in U.S. currency collectively, and that he would receive $5,000 to $6,000 per week. His termination was effective December 31st. He has since filed an appeal with the Civil Service Commission. As for Kanata, he says he'll continue to flesh out all those who may have been involved.
We are taking appropriate actions where necessary, and it will be dealt with convincingly.
Meanwhile, Chief of Police Steve Ignacio confirms he was informed of an ongoing investigation, which has prompted him to conduct an internal affairs investigation involving a single police officer. Ignacio, however, would not confirm if the complaint involved gambling and who informed him of the ongoing investigation.
KOM News has also confirmed that Senator Joanne Brown was alerted through an anonymous tip about the allegations of gambling involving airport police officers during work hours. The anonymous individual reported that 6 officers were involved in this alleged incident, to include a supervisor. The individual was concerned that the officers received a, quote, slap on the hand with suspension and believed the offense was more serious and should be considered official misconduct while on duty. Senator Brown then reported the information to Senator Amanda Shelton, who has oversight over the airport. Senator Shelton says that she requested a detailed timeline of the alleged incidents and actions taken to address the matter from the airport executive manager. Senator Shelton, in a statement to KUM today, said, quote, I share the public's concern regarding the matter involving the GIAA Airport Police. I also share the desire to prohibit any improprieties and maintain the integrity of all airport operations, end quote. The oversight chair was scheduled to meet with airport management today and will decide on the next steps moving forward. It took an island-wide effort, but after a couple months of collaboration with hard work between DPHSS and the Mayor's Council of Guam, the first round of village homebound vaccinations are finally complete. According to Public Health's Dr. Suzanne Kaneshiro, they've completed the initial list that was provided by the mayors. As a result, homebound residents and caregivers in all 19 villages have been vaccinated, totaling out to 380 individuals from both private homes and congregate settings. This includes 22 individuals at Global Dorms, 8 at Guma San Jose, and 3 at Ali Shelter. That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
All right, thanks so much, Pete. Good job with those Island News headlines. 2 national stories now. The impeachment of trial of former President Donald Trump resumes today, with House impeachment managers expected to focus on the harm caused by the riots and the legal issues applying in the case. CBS's Paula Reed has more details from Capitol Hill.
Good day. House impeachment managers wrapped up arguments today, trying to link former President Trump's words and actions to the deadly assault on the Capitol.
They truly believed that the whole intrusion was at the president's orders, and we know that because they said so.
Prosecuting the case Wednesday, they played never-before-seen security camera video showing Vice President Mike Pence being whisked away to safety and Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman saving Senator Mitt Romney from running into the mob.
And I was very fortunate indeed that Officer Goodman was there to get me in the right direction.
A video from an officer's body camera showed what happened as he was dragged and beaten.
It was gut-wrenching. The bravery of our police officers is incredible. It was compelling.
President Trump's fate in the impeachment trial lies in the hands of Senate Republicans. But so far, the House impeachment managers' arguments for conviction have gotten a mixed response.
The evidence that has been presented thus far is pretty damning.
While South Carolina's Lindsey Graham tweeted, "The not guilty vote is growing after today. I think most Republicans found the presentation by the House managers offensive and absurd." President Trump's attorneys accused House managers of pandering to emotions.
It's not only that they wanted plenty of video time today, it seems like they want a lot of screen time for themselves. They're clearly, playing to the cameras, to the public all of the time.
The defense team is expected to begin arguments tomorrow. Paula Reed, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Once again, it bears repeating that today is Guam's tax filing season. 2021 income tax returns can be filed today. And as our dear friend Daphne Shimizu, the director of the Guam Department of Revenue and Taxation, has been telling us, the agency has already begun receiving tax return filings up at their Barrigada Heights headquarters. The deadline to file has not changed. That date is still April 15, so you got to get your paperwork in by then. Please, if you can, do so. The agency is asking you to do so online, and the website to hit is myguamtax.com. If you need any of the forms, 1040EZ, Form 1040, you can check out govguamdocs.com/revtax. Both of those links are in our comment stream right now, so please make sure to do them. Please file online. We're going to have more on tax filing day throughout the morning. And if you're wondering about, Chris, your stimulus payment, once again, the EIP2 portal is now live. That's at myguamtax.com, myguamtax.com, and click on the link that says EIP2 portal.
All right, we'll have more of the link after the break. Good morning.
Make it through the week.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Half a day in Mabuhay. I'm Ann Pobutsky. I'm the territorial epidemiologist for Guam. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can be spread by people who are not showing symptoms, which means they are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread or transmission of the virus, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when you are in public. Everyone must wear a face covering when they leave home, have it visible at all times, and put it on when they see others nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking healthcare, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 but have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or visit our website at dphss.guam.gov.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
1 in Guam on the link Friday. Friday, whoa! Hey, good morning to our Facebook Live viewers. Also, KUAM TV. Good morning on you. 6:52. It's a beautiful, beautiful morning. Lance Mendiola on our Facebook Live feed. Mananasi Duas Guahan from Washington State. Nian Willie Esawini writes, good morning, Guam. Debbie Davis, good morning, Mama Bear. Rudy Cruz, morning. Ruth Pablo Gagnon, half a day, Guam. Angel P. Quintanita Castro, good morning, familia and KUAM News. Mananasi Duas, all have a good day. Be safe. Lakeisha Pareda, good morning. Maggie Monroe Anderson, TGIF. Yes, Biba Betness. Christina Hokog, all gone, half a day. Good morning, everyone. And good morning to Dean and Liza Castro, watching from all the way down beautiful Inalahan. 6:52. Jay, good morning.
Good morning. Busy day today already.
Yeah, pretty crazy. It's tax filing season start. There was a line, at least from what I saw, 50 cars or more.
5-0.
I couldn't see around the corner. Yeah, there's a bunch of them.
But you know, I was actually worried. Then that's why I was asking. I was like, how far does the line go? If the line is going from Reventax's Barragata Heights facility, what used to be Price Costco, we were talking about the other day, but then curves up into the middle opening of Barragata Heights, that's good because that's safer than the line actually going all the way back to like that tire depot. I mean, that would be kind of scary. Right on the shoulder.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you're wondering what's going on in that area, if you live in Barragata Heights, you're probably used to it because, like I said, people have been lining up early to get into Reventax.
Yeah.
As you heard from an interview yesterday with Daphne that they're pretty much, for the most part, doing all the things that they kind of normally do, but it's, a combination of walk in on this day, do this on that day. So it's a great interview. With all the interviews here on the link, we cut them up. We put them on the KUAM News YouTube. So if you want to go back and check out anything that she had to say, do that. Or, jump something in the comments here. Jen?
And you know what, too? We're also hearing that a lot of people very, very appreciative to the Reventax staff. And the Reventax staff, like Daphne was saying yesterday, she's got them motivated, well prepared, and they're excited about getting all of your tax returns, my tax return, our tax returns in and everything like that. So, tell them you appreciate them. Tell them thank you and everything like that. You take care of them, they take care of you.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Also,
it'll make the process run so much smoother.
I just really want to send our well wishes out to Dedito Mayor Melissa Savares and everyone else who was involved with that auto pedestrian accident up at Benavente Middle School. I was able to talk to Mayor's Council of Guam President Mayor Jesse Allig, PD Mayor Jesse Allig last night, and he did confirm that Mayor Melissa Savares was one of those who was hit by that vehicle. He texted me that he went up to GRMC to check on the mayor, but he wasn't let in and didn't get any more info, but that her condition was stable. So there you go.
Yeah, so our prayers out to Mayor Savares.
Definitely one of the hardest.
Many times.
I mean, the former president of the mayor's council. And there was also a video that was going around yesterday of a guy who had kind of come up on the scene of this accident over there at Benavente Middle School. But what we're hearing is that the driver is the one who sustained the most serious injuries. I don't know anything. Maybe we could get Sergeant Tapau on later to shed a little more light on that. But again, well wishes and our thoughts and prayers, to coin a phrase, going out to Mayor Savares and all those involved in yesterday's accident. That being said, Adai Talon, guys. There's a lot of pedestrians out. And we're rusty. We're rusty because we're on a lockdown and we're staying home. And now we're kind of getting back to pre-COVID traffic, unfortunately. But maybe you're not used to being on the road. Maybe you got a lot on your mind. You're stressed out, anxious, or whatever, out here driving. Maybe you're zoning out, texting. Pay attention. And on the pedestrian side, I know that a lot of people have been walking around, for the pandemic, and maybe they're just not used to this increased traffic. I'm not saying that's what happened yesterday, but, I mean, we've been having a lot of accidents, and there are more cars out on the road, guys. So please be safe here on this Friday, February 12th, Jay, 3-day weekend for us anyway.
Yeah. So Valentine's Day, of course, on Sunday. What a day to have Valentine's Day on Sunday. I'm assuming a lot of families are going to either go to virtual mass Several might actually go to, to mass in person and everything like that. And then maybe depending on, how many people are out there, they may pass by like their favorite restaurant and see, how crowded it is and everything like that. Some people might try and do the al fresco dining thing and everything like that. But, we wish you a very happy Valentine's Day.
Man, we do have, we got a couple movie passes to give away this morning on the show. If you want to take your significant other, your SO, your other half, to the movies, the Tango Theaters. They got a bunch of great movies showing on the big screen. Okay, and they're doing all the protocols at 6 foot distancing.
Let me actually bring up their playtime, their
Right, their
showtimes. And everything like
showtimes,
that, 'cause
yeah.
I'm very curious about what's.
So Terry gave us a bunch of passes to give away, and then we also have a bunch of stuff to give away from our partners, our Valentine's promo partners. We'll have more info on that coming up right here on the link. Jay, what's showing in the movies?
Yeah, let me see. I am bringing.
So
it
we're going to give away 2 passes to any movie that you want to go to, and you can redeem these today, tomorrow, or Sunday.
Okay, I got it right now. Okay, and
And it's tickets for 2.
There are many showtimes. They've also got. Whoops, my page reloaded. Oh, okay, there we are. Earwig and the Witch. Looks to be
It's a kids movie.
Yeah, well, animated and Asian apparently. It's got. I believe that's kanji on it, but that one's supposed to be good. The Little Things, which is supposed to be really, really good. I believe that's one with Jared Leto and Denzel.
Denzel. It's actually not Jared Leto.
No, Jared Leto's in there, right?
Is he?
Yeah, the guy from Dallas Buyers Club, and he played the Joker in Suicide Squad, which
but
itself was a crazy
I think
movie.
you might be mixing him up with the actor who was playing opposite Denzel Washington. Man, I forget his name, but he's the guy who played Freddie Mercury in the Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh, Rami Malek.
There you go. Yeah, so he's actually the detective who plays opposite Denzel Washington. It's a great movie. I really liked it.
No, Jared Leto isn't. Yeah, so Rami Malek is Detective Baxter. Jared Leto is Albert Sparma. So
That was Jared Leto. Wow, he totally looked different.
Jared Leto is a chameleon.
Yeah.
Did you watch Dallas Buyers Club?
Yeah.
That was incredible. I mean, he and
he's kind of one of those actors who started as like a heartthrob or whatever.
Yeah.
And then
because remember he was in My So-Called Life.
Right, and then over the years he kind of morphed into what they call a serious actor.
Yeah, remember Jordan Catalano? He was on that show with Claire Danes. Okay, Wonder Woman 1984. So Mr. Comic book nerd himself, Supreme Chris is. And did you see Wonder Woman already?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, so Wonder Woman 1984 is showing also at Tango Theater, so you may be able to win or use the tickets which we want to set you up with on that. Also, The Marksman, if you were into
that's
action
Liam Neeson,
adventure.
right?
Yep, Liam Neeson.
I don't know what it is, man, but anything with Liam Neeson, like, I'm down. I'll watch it. I don't know. He's got good taste.
They've got Taken Part 900 now.
It's like Taken Part 903.
And then what looks to be a...
But he's convincing, you know what I mean? You never look at the movie and be like, nah, come on, Liam, you can't do that. Man, I trust that guy.
Yeah.
He's
kind of like Harrison Ford.
Yeah, he's
level
kind of
already.
become the Harrison Ford, but he's a little younger than Harrison Ford, maybe. But he was in this one, Honest Thief. I don't know if you guys saw that one. He was a bank robber, and he's trying to like confess and come clean, but he does it. He confesses to these dirty cops. Some of your subject here.
Isn't it crazy how like the arc his career has had? Because he started out, remember, in he was in Schindler's List. That's
Schindler's
right,
List,
Joseph.
yeah.
In the early '90s, he was in that film with Patrick Swayze called Next of Kin.
Right.
And he was playing like kind of like a
Southern hick kind of guy.
yeah,
Right. Yeah.
hillbilly. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And I mean, think about that. Like now he's known as like the action adventure guy. You have an amazing career as an actor when you can say, "Oh yeah, and I also did on the side. I was the guy that trained Obi-Wan Kenobi."
Yeah, and then he also was. He had a period where he did a lot of like romance movies.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, when you have a career that long, I'm pretty sure you just morph into a whole bunch of different types of actors.
And then also showing at Tango Theater.
Oh, this one's cool.
At the Micronesia Mall, Promising Young Woman.
Yep.
Are you guys into like the thriller?
This is woke fam out there, guys. Go watch this movie for all my woke fam.
Okay, here's the synopsis, right? I got to do my in a world. A young woman traumatized by a tragic event in her past seeks out vengeance against those who crossed her path. Ooh,
Right.
it's one of those.
Now that doesn't even begin to describe it. Okay, that's a very general synopsis, but it's a great flick. I watched it and then just to be honest, we do a little, Har matey. I'll just leave it at that. But we watched it. It is a great movie. It's pretty
Some of the things you reveal on this show, bro. It's like,
Har matey.
You're like, hey, I didn't file my taxes last year. Hey, I may have gotten, movies off of, torrents.
I'm just being real with you guys, man. You know me.
Stop being so forthright.
Okay, Jay. Sorry. Yeah, we're just kidding. Just kidding.
Okay, well,
But it's a great flick. It's edgy. It kind of. I'm just saying, go see it. I don't want to give anything away
No, it
because
kinda
there's a
looks
lot of twists.
Yeah, it kind of remember, before we get to Dr. Ho Nguyen, who's in the Zoom room.
Right.
Remember there was that period, like in the early '90s, where it had the genre was kind of known as like the ... from hell movies. You had like a Single White Female, which was you had the roommate from hell. You had The Hand That Rocks a Cradle, which is like the babysitter, the nanny from hell. You had and all of like those movies.
This one is kind of like, I want to say a little bit Thelma and Louise. Remember Thelma and Louise?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a revenge.
Gina
flick.
Davis, Susan Sarandon.
This promising young woman, the actress in there, I think her name's Carey Mulligan, talented actress. But yeah, you're gonna get a couple tickets to go to the movies, basically. So keep listening here to the link.
Have fun, man.
7:03. We're gonna take a quick break, and we're coming back with Dr. Hoa Nguyen, who's the chair of the Physicians Advisory Group on this Friday morning.
Make it through the week. Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together. And we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
yeah. All right, good morning. Friday, whoa! Elway Akeda. Yeah, this is the jam right here. I don't know what they're saying, but Vic told me that it's about his son. Cool. Good vibes. Good morning. 7-Eleven is Friday, February 12th, Valentine's Day weekend. I know there's a lot of dudes out there who are wishing we'd still be in a lockdown so they didn't have to do Valentine's. Well, guess what? You're back on the hook. I mean, you can still always play the, I'm just not really, don't really want to go out there, babe, because it's still the variant. There you go.
Chris
variant.
Chris Barnett said to stay home, so I didn't do anything.
I didn't know. Yeah, he said stay home, babe. What am I going to do?
And then she's going to say, you didn't listen to him for the first 8 months.
712, Dr. Ho Wen, the chair of the Physicians Advisory Group. I'm just trying to help my fellows out there. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, guys. Morning, Chris,
morning. Let's just start right at the thing that everyone was sending around that Dr. Shea sent to like 5,000. Man, I want that guy's email list. He's got everybody's email address. So this went around in all of the chats. It went around on email. I think Dr. Shea had emailed the governor kind of a courtesy email as if she doesn't get these CDC guidances. And he wrote, Dear Governor, for your sincere consideration, CDC vaccinated persons no need quarantine. Please follow as we have always referenced the CDC. And then basically this guidance from the CDC, which it just came out Wednesday, I think, stateside time. It says fully vaccinated persons no longer required to quarantine. Let me just read this off. I'll read you this little section so we don't take it out of context here. Updated quarantine recommendations for vaccinated persons. Fully vaccinated persons who meet criteria will no longer be required to quarantine following an exposure to someone with COVID-19. Additional considerations for patients and residents in healthcare settings are provided in that guidance. So, Doc, I know you got this probably like 5,000 times yesterday. But just tell us where we're at. We did get a statement from Dr. Cabrera, and I'll go ahead and read that off real quick here. But it was funny when Bree and I were in the office yesterday. People kept sending it and sending it and sending it. And I was like, let me try and get Dr. Cabrera on. But I don't think he's coming on this morning. He did send this statement, though, which you guys saw in the news. I know. Requirements and protocols are status quo as we review this very new recommendation and how it would translate locally. So, Doc, how do you think this new recommendation would translate locally?
Yeah, my phone ring off the hook yesterday. Anyway, but the CDC new guideline coming yesterday kind of shocked everybody. It's really really fast. Our immunization just started about 2 months ago, and really, if you read that closely, it's close exposure to COVID-19. It's exposure. So basically, it didn't mention anything about travel from one country to the next, or it's just really more likely just a close contact or someone being exposed to at home, at work, or whatever. But the travel exposure is a totally different thing. I think that still very new. CDC put a lot of guideline out there that truly is the local public health that will make the determination based on different criteria out there. I think that we have to be very careful on the new CDC guideline. Remember, it's a guideline, but it's really depend on the local jurisdiction that make the final determination to go with the guideline or to be cautious on the guideline.
Right.
With the new variants out there that the UK, the South Africa, we really have to be careful on the travel guideline for people to come off island. I think that that guideline, I'm not sure going to be followed by everybody around the globe or not, just in the U.S. Other territory, other country around Guam, like Japan, Korea, and Taiwan, I'm not quite sure they're going to follow the CDC guideline or not.
Right.
Just because, like I say, it's pretty new. I think that we have to be cautiously look at it. Take about another 2-3 months to see if anything changed, because CDC put guideline out there, and they often change, and after a lot of physician or a lot of provider, a lot of public health express a concern, and in the past, as you can see, they change. So I think that's, if we just jump, like the letter just say Dr. Shea was putting out there, we will put our island in a position that it might have some surge for the new variants to come in.
Right.
So that's a long discussion we have at the PAC yesterday. And, we all in agreement that, hey, we got to be cautious looking at this thing and really not implement the new CDC guideline yet regarding travel quarantine in Guam.
So just to be clear, this CDC guidance, it says updated quarantine recommendations for vaccinated persons. Fully vaccinated persons who meet criteria will no longer be required to quarantine following an exposure to someone with COVID-19. So it doesn't really say anything about incoming travelers or anything, right?
Exactly. That's, if you look at it, you can read that article and then take it out of huge context, this thing. But,
yeah,
for travel quarantine, especially on an island, is very important to do. So you really have to look at that thing and give it some time. So like anything new, you got to give it some time to see if the guideline change the next few months or not. I think that we shouldn't jump, especially, and the question last night is, how do you prove someone that have been fully vaccinated? That's the number one. Right now, what we give to people is that little white card that you have, the CDC white card, that state the first dose and then the second dose with the lots number. But, that card is very generic. People can probably somehow duplicate that card for very easily.
Right.
So you have to look at it real careful, because someone can duplicate a card give to you, and you take that by word of mouth. It's very dangerous. So like I say, different things can happen. Right now, we try to do some research to see if any antibody tests out there that can be tested to make sure that you seroconverted after the immunization. That's the thing. I don't think that have the current antibody test would turn positive if after the vaccine. I think still some serology tests out there that need to come up for you to prove that, hey, my vaccination worked or not working.
So, in other words, you still got to go into quarantine. Don't get excited.
No, don't get excited. so I don't think any member of the PAC reject that one. This is pretty clearly defined. So I think that our advice to the governor is no, we're not changing because that's CDC guideline, not yet.
Right, yeah. But, something that you guys may be changing and is the critical service worker exemptions. We talked, I think, last week, and you and Dr. Cabrera both said here on the link that because of the variant, we might be narrowing, and I think this was also covered in the public health oversight hearing, because of the variant, we might be narrowing who gets to skip quarantine, right, with these critical service worker exemptions?
Yes, you have to be careful who you define as a critical worker, so that criteria probably will be narrowed down quite a bit. And also that we have to track and make sure that the essential worker, essential worker that allowed to do home quarantine and have restriction range of movement, that they do follow the quarantine guideline. They understand that they go to work, they go home, and they cannot go out to eat in a restaurant or do other stuff that they're not supposed to do. So we have to re-stress to them that, hey, you are in quarantine. You're just allowed to go to work and go home. So those are the stuff that public health we need to monitor, make sure that the critical and essential worker follow the quarantine guideline and not to go around to a place where they're not supposed to be.
What else was covered in the PAC meeting?
That's the majority of the stuff. So, Christopher, we're not changing the quarantine guideline because CDC guideline come out about the vaccination. Okay.
Sorry, Dr. Shea. I mean, he gets to skip quarantine anyway, so.
No, he skipped quarantine anyway, so. As much he does, but and
people were excited though,
the
right?
second thing is that we
Doc, I know people were probably buying airline tickets yesterday when they saw this. They're like, "Oh, that's it. Let's go. Buy a ticket. We're going off island." Yeah, you can, but you're going into quarantine when you come back. Yeah. Okay.
I don't think you go to Japan, you're still gonna get quarantined. Korea and Taiwan, you're still gonna get quarantined. So PI including. So it doesn't matter if you're vaccinated or not. But the other one is very important. We had to kind of push forward and we're talking about sports for the kids in school. I mean, it's been a year now that kids have been at home and really they become very sedentary. And I think that with the current situation we're in, I think if you have a minimal contact sport like soccer or volleyball, and track, they should be allowed to participate and start doing some activity, because I tell you, the comorbidity for our population to be sedentary at home for 1 year is detrimental. So the kid got to be outside doing sport. You had to put guidelines out there for their safety and protection, but they should be allowed to participate on the minimal contact sport. Say tennis, soccer, volleyball, track and field. Those things are very safe. I know certain schools already have some practice. I know like St. John, when they practice outside, they still wear masks when they practice. But they should be allowed to start the program and be active again. Like I said, it's been a year. Almost a year. So it's important mentally and physically for the kids to be active. So we really highly recommend to GDOE superintendent and the public health and the governor to really consider to let the kids start the activity again.
Right. Well, I think now they can do practice, right? But they can't compete against each other.
Yeah, they can do sport, and to me, like I say, spectator, just like in anything else in college football or NFL, that maybe you put one parent there during the games, allow just one person per player to be there to cheer the team or something, but you can restrict the crowd on those things, but they need to go back to be active.
Right.
But
how do you
again,
kind of, Doc? How do you kind of like balance that though? Because Joy had a good point here in the comments. Students, for the most part, aren't able to get vaccinated. So we're talking about competing against each other with no masks, and is that a concern? And if so, what are we doing about it? If not, please explain.
Again, I know students are not vaccinated, and I know Pfizer is below 16 you can get vaccinated, and Moderna is 18. But again, as the parents that usually give to the kids, we vaccinate the parents, and we do our the 3 to 4W right now that we've been doing the past 10, 11 months. And the infection are down in the community. Again, the kid can participate again with things like wearing masks. They still have to do if they're not on the court. And like I said, restrict the spectator to one parent per player. Those are stuff that you see that is done in different country and it's safe still. Again, this outside is outdoor. They run around, practice outdoor. We encourage people to go exercise outdoor. The soccer and the volleyball, they really have minimal contact. Remember, you got to be very close. If you do wrestling or something, I wouldn't do that because you are so close and you have a lot of contact. But like I say, different sport have different exposure. I don't think they have anything. I know Dr. Berg was pushing with this thing a whole lot on like soccer, all that kind of stuff. There's no case that document any type of outdoor sport that will be, infectious to other kids or to other players. So I think that they're very safe. Like I say, you got to balance different things here, and I say a year for the kid to be just in the house and not being active,
right,
is really detrimental to their physical and the psychological thing. So you got to make them active,
right. And I mean, Doc, it's not just that they haven't been able to play sports, it's just also that they haven't had the social interaction. So there's a bunch of different factors that are affecting these kids. And so by doing things like allowing them to play the sports, I can see that we're trying to chip away at a lot of these issues that are facing the kids. Because you're right, it goes back to their, not just their physical well-being, but their mental well-being as well.
Yeah, and you can.
Hey, but Doc, the chess team is ready to go, though.
Yeah, huh?
The chess team, I don't know. Are we doing chess, guys? Do you have interscholastic chess?
Do we have chess for?
Maybe we could do like an interscholastic online gambling app.
No, but that'd be interesting. But I tell you, they have to play. They really have to be active. So we really asked the superintendent and the public health and the governor to really consider that for the kids. To start their interscholastic sport. So that way they can socialize and be active and be healthy. I tell you, diabetes is number one things on the island, and they start at a young age. So we got to make sure that they remain active.
Right on.
Okay.
Doc, anything on Valentine's Day? Are you guys expecting a surge in 2 weeks because of Valentine's Day?
We've been to Christmas and New Year and everything else, and our island's still doing very good. The CAR score is still low.
Right.
So I think we are doing okay. We also asked public health to really put together some tracking, some chart for us to know that the few positive they are in the community, that they want to isolate and do contact tracing within a day or two. And so far, what they present, they are doing it. So hopefully the CAR scores remain low. But I don't think that anything will come out of Valentine's Day. So we should be okay going forward.
Right on.
The other one, if people that expect this number 2 dose, I make sure they get number 2. You can have up to 2 weeks late of your due date there, but don't miss the second shot.
Doc, and then we had Dr. Cabrera say that you can take the second shot up to 42 days after the first one. Are you guys going that wide or not yet?
We prefer not to, but it's 42 days mean that for the Moderna is 28 days plus 2 weeks. So that's as far as you can stretch out. There's 2 weeks after the due date, which is the 28 days. So that's 42 days. But that's as far as you can push out. But I would most of the clinic will call the patient, remind them of their second shot. If you don't have the reminder from the clinic, then if you can look in the back of your card, it should tell you the date for the second shot.
Right.
And you need to either go to the clinic or go to UOG and make sure you get the second dose. Like I say, don't be concerned if you are a few days late. You can get about 2-3 days earlier, or you can get up to 2 weeks late, but don't miss the second dose. So try your best to remember that. So look in the back of your card. It should give you a due date there. Okay?
Doc, I know that, are you still in the Guard or no more?
No, I'm retired.
He's retired, right?
23 years already.
Good.
Long enough.
Thank you. We had Mark Scott, the Guard PIO, on yesterday, and I guess we missed it the day of, but he was talking about when they open up the UOG vaccination clinic as part of Operation Liberate Guam. On earlier this week, there was a whole situation where Malomco were waiting for hours, right? And apparently he said they straightened that all out. But were you surprised by that, given how many vaccination clinics we've had, that, we should have kind of maybe had this figured out by now?
Yeah, that should be figured out a long time ago. To repeat things for Okadu for the long wait should not happen again. But there's a lot of reason that day. I don't have to own everything else, but I know there's might be some miscommunication with public health and Guard.
Right.
But the Manumco should be waiting for that long. That's it's hot, and but that's where I think that a lot of things need to work out to make sure that things like that doesn't happen again. They should be owned by appointment now, so the minimal waiting time should be very minimal. That no one should wait more than half an hour or so. So again, we should do a lot of improvement. The Guard are doing an excellent job at UOG. I tell you, they do a beautiful job, and I listen to the people that come and get the shot at UOG, and there's a lot of good comment on UOG.
Yeah.
So they should continue, and I think that hopefully that's a single incident that doesn't happen again in the future.
Yeah, Mark sounded very bothered that it happened, and it seemed like, from what they were saying, it was really public health. I mean, they didn't throw public health under the bus, but it was really public health. It was like sending all these people over there at 1 PM, and they just got overwhelmed, and it was like, But he sounded I like the way he sounded. If you guys want to check that interview, I'll go. It's on KUM News YouTube. But he sounded like bothered and offended by it. And he was like, no, we're just going to fix it, and it's never going to happen again, which is cool.
Yes. That's the mentality. They're going to fix it. They're not going to happen again. Like I said, you can't ask for
Moving forward, he said.
the guard to do that.
Right
Yes.
on, yeah.
So kudos for the guard for doing an excellent job there at UOG.
Doc, thank you. Anything in closing you want to add before we let you go?
Okay. Get the second dose and hopefully get on time. Don't be late. And still, even after second dose, make sure that you wear your mask, wash your hands, social distance. And if you're sick, still stay home. Okay. So, and go see your doc. But please be careful, be safe, and have a happy Valentine's Day.
You too, Doc.
Take care, guys.
You too, my friend. You know, I wanted to bring Dr. Ann Pobutsky on to talk to you guys about chlamydia and gonorrhea. Because, you know, you're actually more susceptible to catching those than COVID right now. So let me try and get a hold of her, Doc. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, I mean, talk about a sobering interview, Jay. We had Dr. Ann Pobutsky on a couple weeks ago, and we're talking about COVID.
And you had a couple moments left, and you were like, hey, how about
Yeah, because she's always saying, you know, we're talking about COVID, but, you know, them STDs, though. And so she actually brought up a chart.
Yeah, she goes, oh, I have a spreadsheet right here if you like.
Yeah, and this thing was like, it was chlamydia, right? Was the big one.
Yeah.
And I think gonorrhea, too.
And the way those particular sexually transmitted diseases have taken off in our island, it made the GameStop stock look like nothing.
Okay, so just be safe, guys. All right. Protect yourselves at all time. You take care of me, I take care of you. 736, it's the link on the Breeze, 93.9 on the radio side. Of course, we're multimedia. We're everywhere. We're pretty much in your face every day. Facebook Live on our KUAM News Facebook page. Are we on TV? No, we're not on TV because they're trying to convict President Trump, right? So that's what's been happening this week. 736, good morning. Yeah, sorry, guys. I know you're having your breakfast, but again, we're all about safety first on this show, and I'm just saying, statistically speaking, we are struggling with the clap, as it's commonly called. So just be safe out there, guys, all right? And then, again, you know, Dr. Don? Especially because it's Valentine's. You know, a lot of people are pent up. Maybe you're going on some new dates or whatever with some new people. So just be safe, all right? Mask up, if you know what I mean. 737.
You've actually got the video too. We've got the video for this next.
Okay, yeah.
Too.
So we're gonna bring on Mayor Jesse Allig now here, Mayor. And you know, we saw this story yesterday, Benavente Middle School. As with a lot of happenings, it kind of went out on WhatsApp, right? So people started sending around these messages that BMS. There was a auto pedestrian. Mayor Savares was one of those that was hit with a few other government employees. And so I was able to confirm with you last night that it was Mayor Savares was one of those. Can we just start there? Were you able to talk with the mayor, visit her, or tell us anything else about her condition this morning, Mayor?
Good morning. No, Chris, I was not able to speak with her. Thank you to Sabrina. After finding out the information, everything was really so quick. Right. And after I spoke with her, I was able to speak with Mayor Savares' son, who kind of gave a description of what had transpired. And so, of course, it was all kind of in the moment, and so there was no real clear picture of what actually happened at the time. I did go to GRMC at that time so I could see how the mayor was doing and see if there was anything I could do. Unfortunately, the COVID protocol, so I was not able to enter the hospital, right. But I was able to see a hospital representative, and they assured me that they were going to take good care of her. They did not confirm her injuries, but I know that she was injured, and I know everyone else that was transported was definitely injured as well. And of course, they were doing their regular work she was doing her regular work as a mayor, supporting the community with DOE And thanks to Superintendent Fernandez, I spoke to him shortly after that as well, and he confirmed that his staff, he had staff out there as well with agriculture, and there was not much more information that we were given other that she was being taken care of at GRMC.
Yeah, and again, it was what we heard was some GDOE employees, some Department of Ag employees, then Mayor Savars, and then possibly some staff from the school, right? What GDOE?
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. So they were, well, then I did see Christine Farron, who was the forestry chief. Right. When you see her out there, you know that they're talking about tree trimming, and that's important for us because agriculture oversees the tree trimming on government property.
Right.
So it made sense. Unfortunately, it was close to the road, to that highway there. It's heavily traversed, and so hopefully they'll remedy that problem as well, as far as the tree trimming, and not have to actually do it so close to the road in the future.
But they were on the sidewalk from what it looks like, right, Mayor?
Correct. Yeah, they were on the sidewalk, and then thank God for the railing there. I'm sure it could have been a whole lot worse.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bad, but it could have been a lot worse. And
right.
Thankfully, they made it conscious to the hospital, and we pray for their speedy recovery for sure.
Well, thank you, Mayor, for the update. I did try and put a call into Mayor Savars this morning, but obviously I'm pretty sure she's not really talking on the phone.
She doesn't have her phone with her.
Okay.
Mayor Savars, she's a fighter, and she loves to joke around. And yesterday, of course, it was kind of everyone was still kind of in shock as to what happened. And of course, I sent a message to our colleagues that pray for her. We'll assist her with that as much as we can, but then send her a few jokes or three.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. But she doesn't have her phone with her, so we're not able to speak.
And I know the Vice Mayor Denny, though, probably doesn't get a shot a lot of the times because Mayor Savars is always so busy, and she's been definitely a hands-on type of mayor. But Vice Mayor Beneventi, is your time to shine now.
That's true. He'll do well.
Right. And I just noticed, I was thinking that there's a long line of Beneventis that have served as Vice Mayor of Dedito, right?
Right.
It's kind of a thing, right?
Yeah. Well, and Mayor Savars is a Beneventi as well.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you, Mayor. Anything going on in your village that you wanted to talk about before we let you go? Because we're not getting you on Monday, right? There's a holiday.
Yeah. Well, holiday on Monday. That's a good thing for you guys.
Yeah.
GovGuam is still open, right?
Yep.
We're doing, thanks to Dr. Hoa and AMC, they're completing the homebound vaccination for PD for the second dose on Sunday. So that'll definitely be a happy Valentine's Day for those Manamco and their caregivers. And then, of course, the homebound vaccination through public health is continuing next week for Mangilao, Inarahan, Agate. And they'll be informed by public health as well, and their mayors are also informed. So that should be going well. And I believe there's about 100 per day. I believe they're going to vaccinate for next week.
Okay, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Best of God bless you. Be safe, okay? Be careful.
I will.
Okay. Excuse me, it's not COVID. Mayor, it's not. There was something in my throat. Mayor Jesse Atlig there of PD with the news that he was up at GRMC, but again, did not doing visiting because COVID. But that he was able to speak with Mayor Savars' family and that she's in stable condition. So thank you. I also put out a couple of messages to Superintendent John Fernandez and about to send one to Chelsea over at the Department of Ag just to kind of check in on how their employees are doing. But guys, just be safe, okay? Both drivers and pedestrians. I mean, this clearly looks like a case where someone may have veered off the road as they were on the sidewalk there trimming trees. But he's right about that railing because where they're at, if you've been around that area, there's like a big ravine that drops off.
Yeah, I think it's like I remember that when it was still Dedito Middle School, and that's been there forever. It's always been kind of like a rock quarry almost, and then they used it for like the off-road enthusiasts would use it for, because Chris had those when the construction trucks would try and like level the land and they would make like those different inclinations. the people like on the 4-wheelers, or we go BMX there, and we jump on the hills. But yeah, you're saying there used to be a guardrail there. Now I believe it's just like it's almost like reinforced fence.
Right.
But I mean it's.
But I'll tell you,
it's a
around
drop-off.
that area, there was when the machete attack happened, I kind of did a few different stories about these areas where young people, and not even just people, go in these like little jungle corners and they just drink vodka or whatever and just get so wasted. And so there was one in Manila where these guys who were the perps in this Manila machete attack. Remember that, Joe? That was crazy. But they would hang out by this spot by Ron's Diner, like in the jungle there. And they had like, I went in there. It was pretty crazy. They'd like tear out, they had these like car seats, like back seats they sit on. And then it was just like beer cans and vodka bottles. I mean, I'm talking like, it was basically an illegal dump because they hang out there and drink so much and they just throw their beer cans and vodka bottles.
And it's also a stone's throw away from at Benavente Middle School where that incident yesterday happened is the clubhouse for Island Girl Power.
Right.
And when we've had our friend Juanita Blas on, we've had her and she's doing like Zoom from outside and she's like, I can't walk too far because I mean you're on the road.
Yeah.
I mean there's not that much separation between like the grassy area and the highway.
Yep.
And she even said, she goes, it's a dangerous road.
Yeah. And so right around that area there was
That's
one of these
Sangsong Road.
There's one of those little spots where people drink out in there. Kind of like by, across, like you said, Mobile and that area there. So anyway, bottom line, just be safe, especially out there driving. Like I said, to open the show, traffic has returned to near pre-COVID levels. A lot of people are rusty. A lot of people have a lot on their mind, not just drivers, but pedestrians too. I mean, I'm guilty of it. I've zoned out sitting in traffic just thinking about everything and missed, the light turned green. So just be safe out there, guys. Be vigilant. Mind your SA, your situational awareness. Okay, 7:46. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and...
Actually, Director Pareto is already in. I got to work with him on his webcam, though. So
Yeah,
take him
so
when we come
we're
back.
getting Customs Chief Ike Pareto on to talk about drug seizures, crystal methamphetamine, and... Okay, well, I got a comment here from Agriculture Director Chelsea Munya-Brecht. I said, your employee's okay? She said, yes, thankfully. One of her staffers was released from the hospital last night and is now at home, and it's also his birthday today. So happy birthday to that as yet unnamed Department of Agriculture staffer who was involved in that auto-ped yesterday at Benavente Middle School.
Yeah, happy birthday, and please rest up.
Glad that you're able to go home and be home for your birthday.
Absolutely.
7:47. Yeah, so we got Customs Chief Ike Pareto coming on, and then we're going to talk a little bit more about this gambling thing that, again, we had the director of the airport on yesterday, John Kanata, and it was kind of funny at the time, right? Because Sabrina was just firing away with all these questions, and he was like, no comment, no comment, no comment, no, like Wonder Woman just blocking. But then when we got the doc, so basically what happened after we got off the show, Bree was like, hey, you need to go send a FOIA and ask for this and that to the Civil Service Commission. So I was like, okay. So I sent a FOIA. And Civil Service Commission, guys, I just want to give kudos to them because I've sent a lot of... hold on, we're going to get Superintendent Fernandez on. Sure. 6355804. He's going to go on the phone. Yeah, because
Okay.
I think he's driving. What was I saying again?
About
Yeah.
the customs-
Oh, yeah. Anyway, so we send a lot of FOIAs to the Civil Service Commission. And how the FOIA works is like you send something, you ask for something, they have 4 days to give it to you to comply. But that doesn't mean they have to wait 4 days. And it's very rare in the government of Guam when you send a FOIA. For the most part, a lot of these directors will just wait 4 days. I mean, they could have the document that you want. They could be holding it in their hand. But a lot of them won't give it to you. They'll just wait 4 days because it's a waiting game. A lot of times when you FOIA information, it's timely. Like you need it then for a story or you need it then because you're investigating some stuff. And so it really becomes a time game. And sometimes when they hold a document for 4 days and then ask for an extension for 10, sometimes I really feel like they're just trying to kill a story by sitting on documents. But they don't do that at the Civil Service Commission. if they have the docs there and you send a FOIA, it's what I call same-day service. And I hope that doesn't stop now that I'm talking about it. I feel like I should have shut up about it. I don't want to get anyone in trouble. Anyway, we're able to get this adverse action appeal from government employee Jericho Santos, which was, wow, this is crazy with the stuff that was in there. So we'll talk about that coming up. Bree is here. She's on her way. She's dropping her boy to school. And then she'll be in here on the link. It's Friday again, the 12th day of February. Short break, and we're back with more of the show next. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
I see always seems to be never, and well, I don't wanna live like this forever. And when I see always seems to be never again. I've been up, I've been thrown around, I've been tossed up to the sky on my way back down. There was this girl on the street, searching for that beat that's top to bring that killer bass with that melody. You see my mind flow, hear my thoughts flow. You hear my words churning while my rivers overflow. Cause she's looking for love in all the wrong places, searching for love in all the dark spaces. Looking around but there's too many faces.
Jason J, 7:52. Good morning. Let's go over to the phone, Jay, where we have Education Superintendent John Fernandez standing by. Good morning, John. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, good morning, guys.
Just wanted to get an update, kind of going round robin, all the different agencies, because it did, well, it was kind of a multi-agency effort going on there with the tree trimming. Or what was exactly being done there, John, yesterday up at Benavente Middle School?
Right, well, we had a tree inspection going on in front of Benavente Middle School, I guess you could say. I mean, we've been responding to something our PTO and some of the issues that they saw on campus. So, whenever you're looking at trees and tree trimming, you need a permit from Agriculture, the Department of Agriculture. So I guess yesterday was when they scheduled that visit, and we had about 3 DOE employees, 2 from the school and 1 from central office down there. We had several actually agricultural employees as well who were there to do the inspection. And Mayor Savarez actually came over. She's always been active at our schools in her village, so she went there personally to help. And I think what they were doing was just taking a look at the trees and the issues that were being identified at the front of the campus. Make sure that the trees don't, the branches don't fall where kids might be walking, and so forth. So that's the situation yesterday, and it was about 2 p.m. when I guess the event occurred, And basically, I was alerted that there was a major accident in front of Benavente Middle School. And so this is about an hour and a half before kids are released. So, the school is still in session. But my understanding was the message I got was that the mayor and several employees were there at the site. And, the first thing I did was I wasn't sure what I was hearing. I said, are they there because they're assisting with the accident, and how bad is the accident? And the response I got from my staff was that they were actually involved and were hit. So I was already in the Tamuning area, and I went up there just because I had heard the mayor was involved. I heard our employees were involved, and I know that there must have been other witnesses from our school. So I just wanted to get down there, see what the issues were, and see how our employees and how everyone involved was doing, and just get a better handle on the situation. So by the time I got there, which was about 15 minutes later, the fire department was there, ambulances were there, and they transported the 5 individuals who were hit, as well as the driver, to the hospitals over that time. So I think that was basically it. We just wanted to make sure that at that point, I was relieved because from what I observed and from what I heard, all the individuals who were involved, who had been hit, were conscious and speaking, and at least, and so I was worried about a much worse situation. And so, they were taken off to the hospital. Some of the relatives had already gotten the word and were reporting to the school. And so, I think they were just getting the information so they could follow up, get their relatives' belongings, and then go make sure they were taken care of at the hospital.
Right on. And so, how are they this morning, John? Everyone out and released?
Well, I think part of it, we wanted to at some point let them relax and recover. They were, we had our staff conscious enough to be texting and receiving texts, and as you know, they have all of these school-wide text groups, chat groups.
Right.
So I think everybody, of course, worried and concerned. My understanding was, a lot of go back and forth, making sure everyone's okay, sending prayers and condolences, but at the end of the day, I think they had to say, okay, let them take a break. It's been pretty traumatic. Let them, rest, recover overnight. It wasn't. I am saying I'm relieved, but there were. My understanding, there were serious injuries that needed to be attended to, and I'm sure they'll be getting the care they need to address any of those issues. But it was a pretty traumatic scene. Right. A terrible scene. When I got there, it looked like the vehicle had been coming from the opposite direction, so it wasn't even on their side of the road. Wow. Had crossed the median, and then basically, there's a sidewalk and a railing in front of the school. The railing protects the walkers from a ditch, basically a ditch where there's water runoff and everything. So it wasn't separating them from the road. But what happened is that car, my understanding is that it swerved, hit the sidewalk and the railing, and then just kept coming towards all the individuals who were there doing the inspection. They had their, from what I understand, had their eyes on the tree, so their back was to the traffic. So they wouldn't have necessarily seen the car coming, but definitely once it hit the railing, I think that's when they became alerted to something weird going on, something strange. And then, of course, before too long, the car was upon them. It looked like about 50 feet of railing that had been, hit as it was coming to them. And luckily, it was there because, my observation was that it helped to slow and stop the vehicle before further damage was done. There were other employees who were still, who were at the scene, who were doing the inspection, who were not hit. And so, could have been more damage and more, more significant, consequences. So we're glad for that part. Yeah,
and that kind of seems to be the theme, is that it was serious, but it could have been worse. So we're thankful that it wasn't.
Yeah, and then, it happened again before, and you never know how these things happen, but, an hour and a half later, you would have had kids coming out, walking on that same sidewalk, going home. Right. And so yesterday was a day for kids to be at school. So, again, we had to modify the release of the kids and the traffic in terms of the parents and buses when that time came. But I think by that time, much of the situation had been dealt with, and individuals involved were already transported. So we were thankful that we knew a lot of, we received a lot of outpouring of support and, prayers from the community for our employees and the employees of our agricultural and forestry department. And of course, for Mayor Savaras, who I just have to say, I mean, she definitely is always at the very front line. I didn't know why she was there with us at the tree inspection. I mean, I'm sure she didn't have to be there, but as usual, she usually comes out and gets out there personally to help our school. So we do appreciate that, but obviously it put her in a bad situation yesterday. So we wish all of them as much of a recovery and quick as a recovery as possible. But we do know that there were some significant injuries that won't be healed overnight. So we're going to stay tuned and wish them the best as they go through that and hopefully come back to us when they're able to.
Yeah, I mean, and looking at the video that we were able to get on the scene yesterday, the windshield of the vehicle was kind of caved in. So I'm just putting two together. It may be assuming that when he hit or when the driver hit the group of people that maybe they had come up over the hood. And I mean, it's tragic, John. So we'll just pray for everybody. But thank you for jumping on real quick to give us an update, because I know a lot of people.
Thank you for checking in with us. No, it was pretty bad. So again, we wish everyone the best and thank everybody for their prayers and support.
Thank you, John. Have a good weekend.
Thanks. All right.
Happy Valentine's Day.
All right, same to you guys.
Okay. John Fernandez, Education Superintendent. We are KUAM FM, Agotni, Guam, The Breeze 93.9 on the radio side. Thank you to our Facebook Live viewers. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with more of the show next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Each way that the wind blows, gonna follow. La 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 la. Each way that the wind blows, gonna follow. Each way that the wind blows, I'm gonna follow. I'm finally thinking, finally wishing that I come to you. Hold me now, now, when we'll bring it to you. When I'm breezy, each your face, hitting your skin. Opening, I'm longing for your embrace. Said it feels so nice. You make me wanna sing the same song twice. I said that feeling so nice. You make me wanna sing the same song twice. Ooh, yeah. La da da da. Ooh, 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 la la la. Ooh, yeah.
Tim Balahania. Good stuff. Love this one. It's called Bring Me to You. Shout out to Tim, who relocated to Florida. I follow him on Instagram, so I think he's gigging out there in Florida. 8:05. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Mantanani.
Good morning.
Good morning, Friday.
Yeah.
8:05. This is the link. It's proudly brought to you by Calvo Enterprises, IT&E. Carrier at 647 Cool. Good morning on you. So Bree, we were kind of talking earlier. When I say we, I mean me. Me and my 50 different personalities.
Yeah.
We're talking about how this whole Guam International Airport Authority illegal gambling issue went from kind of a cutesy, funny interview with JQ, the executive manager. Remember, you guys tuned in yesterday. Bree was just firing away, and he was like, no comment, can't comment. So it went from that, and then when we got the docs from the Civil Service Commission, it kind of morphed into like something very serious. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. That was me throwing it to you.
Yeah, you know, we had gotten copies. First, of course, we reached out to Senator Amanda Shelton, who has oversight over the airport authority, and that was during the show. It just so happened that she was in the oversight hearing at the charter schools when we were messaging back and forth, so she had given me the statement about her meeting with JQ later that after the oversight hearing. Right. And then she sent me the email from Senator Joanne Brown, who actually received an anonymous call about what was happening at the airport and involving airport police officers and this online gambling and how they were doing it on the job and with computers at the airport, and there was a supervisor involved. And the person that sent the tip was concerned that they were just going to get a slap on the wrist when they felt that it was actually something more severe, more serious, and was official misconduct. And so what Senator Brown did was she sent it over to Senator Amanda Shelton. And then Senator Shelton, of course, contacted JQ. And so during that time, I also messaged you to FOIA the Civil Service Commission, because if somebody was terminated and if that person files an appeal to that termination, then those documents
are public record. Right.
And so that's what happened.
That's where we got you.
That's what happened. So it kind of told you the story of what happened and why Jericho, the airport police officer 1, was
So he's an airport cop.
Yes, he's an airport police officer 1. But he wanted he asked to be able to resign, but they went ahead and terminated him, and so that's why I would think he's appealing it, because.
And so I'll just go ahead and read this off from a great story from none other than Sabrina Salas Mantanani. According to Civil Service documents, Airport Police Officer 1, Jericho Santos, was terminated from the airport. According to the final notice of adverse action, Santos apologized for embarrassing the authority and took full responsibility for his action. He admitted to being a gambler and did not deny gambling on duty. According to his case file with the Civil Service Commission, Santos was initially introduced to the Poker Bros app by Guam police officer Jesse San Nicolas, and then started as a player in an online mobile poker application in one of the Guam Police Department's online poker groups. What? GPD is an online poker group? That's illegal though, right? Oh man, I'm gonna get pulled over now. Yeah, Santos is then alleged to have started his own poker group called Jack 10. He recruited up to 249 active members, which included airport police officers, security guards, airport firefighters, Guam Police Department officers, Guam firefighters, Guam National Guardsmen, DZSP personnel, Superior Court of Guam marshals, not them again. These guys got their hands in everything. Local business owners, civilians, off-island participants, and players from all different professions from all over the island and even in the States. According to the documents, Santos admitted that he and his agents made an estimated $120,000 or more in U.S. currency collectively, and that he would receive $5 to $6 grand
I
per...
have a correction there.
Oh.
The 6,000 is actually 7,000.
Okay. Would receive $5,000 to $7,000 per week. His termination was effective on New Year's Eve of last year. He has since filed an appeal with the Civil Service Commission. So that's why JQ had no comment yesterday, is because that was like, whoo, boy, it was a lot. So that's that. And then now we'll go over to the K-Web News Zoom Room. And Chief, I know we're going to talk about drug seizures and all that, but it was just kind of logical with all this stuff happening at the airport. We know there's a large customs presence up there. Have any of anybody under your supervision been involved with this, Chief, or is this something that you guys are looking into at customs and quarantine?
Not that I know.
When you heard that, though, were you like, hey, anybody I'll have this online app or part of this gambling thing? You would think not.
I'm surprised in that, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, Chief Pareto couldn't even figure out the Zoom camera, so I don't think he's doing any online poker bros. Chief, good morning.
Good morning.
So you guys had an oversight hearing, first oversight hearing of the new year. You want to kind of unpack that and talk about some of the things that you said and were covered at that oversight hearing with the oversight chair, Senator Talina Nelson?
Yes, actually the oversight hearing was mainly focused down at the port, and based on that, it has to do with our operation and how we're doing with the inspection process down at the port.
Mm-hmm.
It's also focused on the utilization of our resources, such as the canine, and as it relates to the use of the canine down at the port.
Right. I think Senator.
In addition to that, there were we also. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. In addition to that, they also focus on our budget and our staffing requirements for the agency as it relates to how the pandemic has really impacted our operation because of budget shortfalls.
So let's talk about some of these drug seizures, Chief. I know you had sent this over to us. We sent it over yesterday, and what do we have here? What type of seizures have we had? Since this was kind of focusing on the port, let's say over the last 5 years. How much meth have you guys seized at the Port Authority in Guam?
Well, since I've been here for 2 years already, and we haven't had any seizures down at the port. And it's not that, I'm saying that it's not coming in, but we just don't have the tangible evidence to support that we're making seizures down at the port. We're doing our best with the resources that we have, and hopefully that we will continue to do our job down there and prevent and deter the movement of illicit drugs coming into our borders.
I'm sorry, did you say you guys have not been doing inspections, or there wasn't evidence to support you guys doing inspections? What did you say?
No, there's no evidence for us to show that we have intercepted methamphetamines down at the port at this time. Mm-hmm. But we continuously are doing our due diligence in continuing the inspection process with the resources that we have, and we will continue to do so to deter and detect illicit drugs coming in down at the port.
So with the resources that you have, how often do you guys do inspections?
Inspection is every day. As I mentioned during the oversight hearing, there's the inspection process that takes place down at the port, and the first part of that inspection process is the screening process. The screening process has to do with the advance manifest, in which the officers will screen the manifest, and the officer in charge of the port will determine the type of inspection to be conducted on that particular shipment that's coming in based on the manifest that is provided to customs. In addition to that, that's the screening process. In addition to that, we have our back scanner X-ray machine that will scan containers that are coming in daily, and also the number of physical inspection that needs to be completed during that particular day or week.
What about?
And that's the process that we're going.
What about the use of like the drug sniffing dogs?
The canine is used down at the port upon request, because I've made it a point that I'm focusing on the priority of where that canine is being utilized at this time. Because of the number of canines that we only have 3 canines on board. So that means that we have 3 handlers. Of the 3 handlers, we have 2 members that are on the reserve component, either the Army Reserve or the Air National Guard or the Guard. And 2 of this, the 2 handlers, one was deployed in 2019 and just recently returned. The other one left again this year, and hopefully won't be back for another probably 8 months. And so that's the shortfall that we have with respect to utilization of the canine dogs down at the port. My focus right now,
Chief,
is that.
I'm sorry, just real quick. So you said that the canine unit is sent down to the port to do an inspection by request. Who has the authority to request it?
The port supervisor is the one that will make the schedule based on the arrival of a particular vessel that's coming in on that particular week.
So when was the last time that the canine unit was deployed down at the port?
Well, we just had we participated in a multi-agency strike force operation at the port between the Coast Guard, Guam Customs, and the port security, in which they conduct an operation down there for compliance of federal and state transportation of containers, to include detection of illicit drugs coming into the port.
When was that?
And so they were down at the port this week.
And what happened? Did you?
There's no report of any interception during this time, and that's about the only thing I can say on that.
Chief, I interviewed you when you first came into the department, and I remember asking you about drugs coming into the port, and your answer was like, yes, they're coming into the port. So if we're not busting anything, is it just you guys can't find it, or really there's nothing coming in?
At the time, yes, I admitted that. And let me say this, that on any seaport around the world, the port is a hub for drug smugglers to move illicit drugs into our borders. But I'm not saying that it's happening at the port, because I don't have no tangible evidence of this time. And we're working on that. We're continuing our inspection. I'm collaborating with not only DEA, but also the other law enforcement agency insofar as information and intelligence as it relates to drug smuggling at the port. I have no information at this time to say that yes, this is happening, because I have no evidence to show.
Right. Chief, I wanted to go back to the canine dogs. So they only go out at the request of the port supervisor. You said the last time they were there was this week, when there was this multi-agency exercise or operation. What about prior to that?
Yes.
They have been...
Say again?
What about prior to that multi-agency operation this week? When was the last time these drug detector dogs were requested to go down to the port?
Well, normally the canines are requested whenever a vessel comes in, because we were focusing on vehicles that are coming in, and the canines will abide with the schedule that's provided with the by the port supervisor, to include the request by the X-ray team if the canines are needed.
What is the most effective way or most effective type of inspection to detect drugs? Is it the scanner or is it the dogs?
Well, right now, the most effective way, I would say, from my perspective, is for the canine, especially at the post office. Down at the port, yes, down at the port, we have the scanner too that we're using to detect drugs, but the canine too is very effective down at the port.
Chief, what percentage of the incoming containers are inspected by your department?
Let me give you a breakdown of the container. On a daily basis, of the inspection process down at the port, the supervisor that's handling the inspection process at the port will provide an overview of how many containers that's coming in per month. And based on that total, on a monthly basis, a total of 181 containers will be physically inspected on a monthly basis. And then you have to understand that's a physical inspection that's going to be conducted. That's where the containers dropped on the ground, opened up, and 100% inspection is conducted in this containers. In addition to that, the X-ray team would also do their inspection, and their average inspection on a monthly basis, for example, is on a given day, the X-ray team can average up to 80 containers, scan 80 containers down at the port, and that is broken down from both domestic and foreign, to include vehicles, break bulk cargoes that are being released throughout our CFS stations. And so those are the type of inspections that are conducted on a daily basis.
So what percentage of that is it of the total number of containers that come in? Is it like 5% of the total?
I would say that of the total containers, I'm looking at 10%.
10%?
10%. Yes.
Yeah, just to go
and
back.
We average probably 2,800 containers a month.
And that's combined physical inspection and X-ray?
No, physical inspection is 10%.
Okay.
As I mentioned earlier, we do screening of containers too. The back scanner conduct the inspections, and we also have inspection at the CFS station. It's the container freight station that we have an agreement with the freight forwarders, and we have our people moving out to this respective areas, and they conduct inspection throughout these facilities.
Yeah, and again, I don't think I got an answer regarding the last time the canine dogs were down there, the drug detecting dogs, sniffing dogs, were down at the port prior to this operation this week.
I don't have the specific day, but I'm pretty sure that the canine was down there sometimes this month, because they do make requests and they go down. But again, my priority on the canine is right now I'm focused on the post office, because that's where information, and that's where the evidence that I have before me that drugs is moving in through the postal system.
Chief, there was the Mark Mayo drug trial that just concluded yesterday, but they played a snippet of FBI agent interrogating Mr. Mayo, and he had asked Mr. Mayo at one time, "Who do you know at the port?" So while we haven't had any seizures of drugs at the port in a number of years, it seems like the federal authorities believe that drugs are coming in through the port. I mean, I'm just saying that they're asking people, "Who do you know at the port?" So to me, that means that they know something that maybe we don't. So how do you kind of respond to that, Chief? Because it just seems unbelievable that.
Well, let me say this,
Okay.
that I've been here 2 years. I've been collaborating with my counterparts. I have DEA with me that I've been meeting on a regular basis to give an update on some of the activities that are going through with respect to narcotic and addiction. I've met with ICE, with the U.S. Border Patrol, and I've been working with them in providing me, is there any type of activities that I should know down at the port? And the answer that I get from both these agencies that drugs are coming into the post office. That's the information that we have, and I can show you that yes, drugs is coming into the post office because I have the evidence to show.
So how much drugs is coming in through the airport?
Right now, based on our inception, I can only say that 90% of all the meth that are coming in through the post office. The other percentage is at cargo and some at the airport.
Could you say like they're coming from California or
Las Vegas?
or
Where's it coming from when it comes in through the mail, Chief? What is it coming from the States?
Domestic. It's coming in from the U.S. And if you understand, let me just give you an overview. We don't have the authority to inspect domestic partials. Right. We have authority to inspect international cargo, but not domestic mail that's coming in. The way we do our inspection at the post office is that we have to coordinate this with the U.S. Postal Inspector, so that he is present at any time. We're going to screen mail coming in from domestic origin.
So
we're limited on that.
So based on all the information you have, all the evidence that's come before you, all the discussions you've had with DEA, ICE, Post Office, how would you describe the drug problem on Guam?
The only thing I can say is that based on our interception, we're seeing that our interception has at the post office have increased by 60% as compared to last year. And so it's coming in to the post office, and you have to understand, if I had my way, I will use my K9 team to screen mail at the post office 7 days a week. But I don't have that luxury. We only screen the mail based on the schedule that's provided to us by the U.S. Postal Inspector.
Would you describe it as a pandemic, the drug problem on this island?
Well, I don't have enough information for me to say that it's a pandemic at this time.
Have you ever been advised by Homeland Security, Chief, or whether federal or anybody, that the drugs are coming in at the port?
No.
How about communication with the Coast Guard?
I've worked with the Coast Guard, and they've provided us information and identified shipments that they suspect, and we will adhere to that, but no evidence.
Well, I guess good job, Port.
Yeah, right on. So,
thank you. Let me just say this, that what we need down at the port right now, based on my experience, is that we need to add additional manpower down there. We need to have more presence down at the port to show the people down there that we're there watching, we're there to do our job, and we're gonna do whatever it takes to deter and detect illicit drugs coming in at the seaport if there is evidence to show. And with the resources that we have down at the port, I want to commend my officers who are there. I know that they've been requesting for additional manpower, and due to budget shortfalls, we can only do our best with what we have at this point in time. And I'm glad that we had an oversight hearing, because it's very important for our senators to see that, yes, we need resources. This pandemic has really affected my agency's operation. You probably noticed the airport, the decline in the flights, and based on the funding source, we are funded under a special fund known as the Customs Passenger Inspection Fee. And if you look at the stats right now, we're averaging maybe 280 passengers a day, as compared to pre-COVID, where we were processing between 48 to 5,000 passengers a day. I'm collecting about maybe approximately $1.2 million a month. And so we're not seeing that. Our budget went from 14.3 million down to 11.4 million for fiscal year 2021. I am facing a shortfall of 2.4 million. And my challenge right now is that by the end of probably second quarter of this fiscal year, that I won't have any funds to pay my obligation here at the agency. And I'm working with the front office, the fiscal team, to include the governor, and they are aware of that. But the bottom line is, if we want to protect our borders, we need the resources, we need the additional manpower that we need to start recruiting now and not wait until the last minute, where our tourism are going to start increasing.
Are you guys making any effort to get more drug sniffing dogs? I keep asking about the dogs because the dogs seem like they're more reliable in detecting drugs, as opposed to the physical inspection and the scanning.
And that's true. Yes. And let me share what I'm doing right now. In 2019, when I became director, we only had 2 drug detector dogs. 6 months into my term, I managed to send an officer to training and acquire 1 additional drug detector dog. That makes it 3. Because of COVID, we were supposed to send an additional 2 officers for training last June, but COVID has delayed the process because there was no flights. The training center was closed. And so I found out that within my agency, I had a certified instructor. And so instead of the proposal to send 2 additional dogs, I've decided to select 4 handlers and put them through training so that I can add the additional 4 handlers to the K9 team. And those 4 that have undergone training within the last few months are scheduled to complete and be certified by the end of February. That's 4 handlers. All I have to do, and the challenge that I have, is that I just need to collaborate with the carriers, because right now they're not allowing the transportation of working dogs. And so that's the challenge that I have, because I cannot go and procure the 4 drug detector dogs that I would like to have in place for the 4 handlers that will be certified, so that they can start working with the dogs. And hopefully that the carriers will lift the ban on and the transportation of working dogs, and I can send my certified trainer to go and pick up 4 drug detector dogs,
so
that I can utilize those.
So it sounds like
having said all that, during the pandemic last year, were any inspections conducted with dogs, with the drug sniffing dogs, because the port remained 100% open. They are essential. They never shut down during the pandemic.
That's true. Yes, and with the canines that we have, we try to accommodate whatever requests that the port supervisor is requesting. But you have to understand, as I mentioned earlier, even with the 3 handlers, two of our handlers are members of the reserve component, and the one was deployed in 2019, just recently got back. The other one is on deployment again and won't be back until probably the latter part of this year.
Okay, so then I guess what I'm asking is, again, how many inspections were done at the port using the drug sniffing dogs? Because he said we couldn't bring dogs in, we got people on deployment, so the port remained open the whole time. It never shut down.
No, the port never shut down, and customs never shut down too. So we continued our inspection down at the port. And as I mentioned,
with the dogs though,
the canines. Oh, with the dogs. I don't have the exact number, but I can get that for you.
Okay.
But Chief, it kind of sounds like you want to get more dogs down there at the
Yeah.
port, right? I mean, I don't know. In my mind, if like we're serious about meth, we should have a whole freaking squad of the drug dogs down there at the port instead of just parading around, acting like nothing's coming in there, when everybody in law enforcement says that things are definitely coming in. Well, except you.
Well, let me tell you something too. That the priority that I've set is that the drugs are coming in at the post office, and we're continuing our efforts to use the canine at the post office. Although there's limited resources, we try and accommodate the needs of the airport at the port at the same time. The resources that we have right now is what we can do to work with respect to the port. My concern, as I mentioned, I have 4 handlers that are going to be certified in February. 2 of those handlers will be stationed down at the port, and will be rotated every 6 months.
Okay.
Thanks, Chief.
Anything else, Chief?
Thank you.
Anything else?
As I mentioned, the only thing I can say is I give kudos to my officers that are down at the port. I know they're in dire need of additional resources, and I'm trying my very, very best to get them that resources. But I also they have to think that this pandemic has really had an impact on the agency's funding,
right?
And hopefully that I can get through with this. Realizing that the oversight hearing has really provided an opportunity for me to relate to our leaders that we need to increase the manpower here at the agency in order to protect our people on our island,
right, Chief?
From all this illicit drugs.
Just to make sure we're on the same page and we're being accurate here, you're saying that you haven't had any seizures at the port, that no drugs are coming in at the port, but then you're also saying that you're severely understaffed.
I didn't say that there's no drugs coming in at the port. I'm saying that we're trying our best. We're trying our best to continue our inspection process, and we're trying our best to get whatever information that we need to intercept any illicit drugs coming in at the port. That's what we need.
And you need the canines.
Yes, definitely.
Right on. Okay.
All right, thanks, Chief.
Thanks,
really
Chief.
appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Esther.
Stay safe.
Be safe. Happy Valentine's Day to you and the wife.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a nice weekend.
You too.
All right.
Okay.
Make sure we get those numbers.
Yeah. Okay. I don't even know what to. That's pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Comments are kind of funny here. Let's just read some of these comments before we move on here. Bev Test writes, upon entering your position, he stated that there were drugs coming in at the port, but in the past 2 years, there are no drugs coming through the port. Interesting. He should be in front of the senators, prioritizing funds to train drug-sniffing dogs and handlers who should be there to randomly check cargo. Scanning is not always effective. Arthur writes in, this guy's part of the problem. He continues, scanning is only one tool. Drug-sniffing dogs are more reliable. Scanners only work when the employee knows what to look for. And I don't have faith that they do, given the circumstances. Harvey chimes in, it's impossible that no drugs come in at the port. If the port checks only 10%, a drug smuggler just needs to send multiple shipments, and most will get through. Yeah.
Get info on broken seals of containers without customs presence.
Okay.
Ooh. We got some very smart
viewers. We have actually, I want to give props because we have the smartest viewers, the smartest listeners. They're just not easily fooled. So thank you guys for jumping on our comments there. But yeah, I agree. It's actually mind-boggling. But then I know that...
But if you're not sending the... like you said, you know, the dogs are really the ones that can sniff
Yeah, if you talk to anybody in law enforcement, they're like the dogs. You got to send in the dogs. And clearly they're not sending in the dogs. I mean, they did it this week, but it was largely because it was a multi-agency... What do you say, strike
force operation?
Team or something? Right.
Definitely not Mandania. But yeah.
Yeah. Definitely not Mandania. Yes, Jason?
Did you guys hear that I saw something in the States that they're starting to train and deploy dogs that can sniff coronavirus? The presence of the infection on people?
Well, maybe that's why they're not sniffing any drugs, because they're sending the wrong dog down there. They're sending like the dog that sniffs out the bombs or the dog that sniff out the COVID. It's just highly suspect to me, especially when you look at how much meth is out here. There's so much meth out here that the price is at an all-time low. That people are getting pulled over. I mean, these are street-level users getting pulled over, and then they've got like stash that they're selling and that they're getting busted with. So it's everywhere. And I don't know. I mean, I'm not crazy or paranoid, but I think it's coming in at the airport. It's coming into the postal system, and it's definitely coming into the port. But I just don't know what to make of Chief Paredo's comments here, because they're not making any buzz. But then when I said, oh, so you're saying there's no drugs coming in the port? He was like, no, I didn't say that. Oh, okay, so they are. But they're just not getting it. Because they're short-staffed. They don't have enough officers. They don't have enough canines. They don't have enough canine handlers. So this is in no way, shape, or form a victory or any type of validation.
Well, they had an oversight hearing. Hopefully these senators were listening. And I'm sure they were. That they really need, like you said, manpower, resources, and these dogs, these canine dog detector drug sniffing dogs. Have you ever seen them? You ever gone on a training with them?
I've done a couple career days where they bring them out, customs. We'll bring out the canine unit. It's really cool.
Yeah. They're sweet dogs, but man, when they smell the drugs,
they go
my gosh.
crazy.
Are they all of the same breed? Like the working dogs that do that?
No. I think there's like German Shepherds.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say, Bree, we did a starting update.
Yeah, starting lineup.
Yeah, the starting lineup. And we did that, and we were down at Skinner Plaza when we did it with GPD's canine unit, and they actually said that they were telling us some stuff about this dog is your partner, literally, and they said yeah, but they're like do you and the dog like. Do you take the dog home? They said, no, we have to maintain that professional, distance. But they're like, yeah, there's certain types of dogs that are bred for this kind of thing, the training they go through.
And I know when I was doing in the mix, they were like, hey, do you want to wear the dog, safety stuff and have the,
dog
the
bite you?
Yeah, I was like, hell no.
Oh, that's fun.
And the guy
I'm crazy, but the guy that was playing the
part of the perpetrator, the handler said him, and that guy was in like the dog safety suit.
Look at this in the comments. Ava comments, where can I sign up my pit bull? people want to clean this island up. They're like, here, take my dog. Go train my dog.
No,
please.
and that's funny because yesterday people were saying after Daphne came on, they were saying, hey, are you guys hiring? I'd like to work the phones. I've done telemarketing. I've done call center support and everything like that. I want to help. And now people are volunteering their dogs.
That's
what I was asking. I was like, are there certain breeds that are bred for a specific type of working dogs.
Yeah, but I mean, with this information and this interview and the zero bus for going back how many years at the port, I think the port will take this. And I mean, Rory was in a hearing, and it was on this show somewhere recently. He said there's no evidence that shows drugs are coming in at the port, and I'm just not confident that that's even true in any way, shape, or form. And I don't believe, given the state of the drug pandemic, it is a pandemic. I don't know why people are scared to admit it's the first sign of a problem. You got to admit you got a problem. Mm-hmm. And we had the chief of customs on here who's like, oh, I don't know, I got to see the data. Like, whoa, what island are you living in, chief? It's worse than the COVID.
Someone wiped the micro SD.
Yeah.
There's no evidence.
There's no evidence. They wiped. Joser is funny. He's like, yeah, there's no evidence because they wiped it like the SD card in that Palacios murder trial.
How many years ago, Bree, did we do that one story when Customs, they got that big high-tech, the mobile lab?
Years ago.
Yeah, I remember there was a picture that we used for like a custom story recently, and it showed like that mobile lab, and I remember that was a big deal back then.
Right.
Because they're like, we can take this around and we can do analysis, we can do forensics and stuff like that.
I just thought that was interesting that when he was saying that they go down, they bring the dogs down at the request of the port
Supervisor. But
right.
did he mean the customs supervisor?
I thought he said port supervisor. But yeah, you're right. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because that, like, I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just
Like,
frustrated.
why do you keep asking about the dogs? Why?
Yeah.
Like, because.
Because it's important.
If you're sending dogs up to the post office and these dogs are the real deal.
Yeah.
So why don't you send them down to the port?
Yep. Wow. So, well, it is what it is. There it is. There it is. It is what it is. 8:46. We'll take a quick break, and we're coming back with more of the link on this Friday morning. A day is correct, Sabrina. Sometimes I feel like we're the only ones who are talking about this meth problem on the island. Well, us and our listeners. Because I remember, man, and this is crazy. When I was doing the news, and it was around the same time I interviewed Chief Pareto, and he was like firm. He was like, "Oh, drugs are coming in."
I think I was with you when you did
he
it.
was like, "Oh, for sure, boy."
That was another live stream we did at his office, right?
Yeah, he was like, "Oh, guarantee, boy, and I'm gonna get it." I was like, "Ooh, I like this guy.
I'm gonna get it.
I like it." But then I also interviewed Chief of Police Steve Ignacio when they were trying to do that HITA, remember? So under Calvo Tenorio had made this request with the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Authority, to get Guam a high-intensity drug trafficking area designation. And so they had sent that request off, and then there was an administration change, and it was still in place. So I remember I'd interviewed Chief Ignacio about it, and this was like a couple weeks after the governor gave her State of the Island address. And so the governor herself, during her State of the Island address, said that methamphetamine was an epidemic on our island. So I figured, if the Magahaga's saying that, then the chief probably totally agrees. So I was like, "So, Chief, how would you describe the drug problem? Is it really bad?" And he was like, "Oh, statistically, I have to look at the stats." Like, what? So anyway, I don't know. I think there's just too much denial going on. And you know what they say about denial? It's a river in Egypt, not in Guam. 8:48, we're going to take a break for real, and we'll be back with more of the link next.
CBS Primetime.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Try McDonald's oven baked cherries and cream pie, wrapped in a warm sugar glazed crust and filled with sweet cream and tangy cherry filling.
Saying drugs are not coming in through the port, just to be clear. He's just saying they're not getting it because there's just a whole bunch of issues with funding and people getting
no dogs.
No dogs, people getting deployed. So that was pretty interesting. And regarding this gambling, I feel like we got to come up with some kind of like snarky name. You know how there's like Watergate and then, you know, Port 7 or whatever. We need a name for this gambling thing, because it kind of started as we were like, ha ha ha, JQ, no comment, ha 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 ha. You know, it was kind of funny when Sabrina was just like firing away the questions to the airport executive manager.
You were too.
But I mean, he couldn't really comment on it because it's a personnel. I mean, but he could have said more than he said. Let's just be clear there. But these guys treat personnel issues like HIPAA. You know what I mean? There's a lot of wiggle room, you know. And once they throw personnel issues over it, it's like, oh, we're never going to get nothing. Well, we got something, that's for sure. And we were able to send that FOIA yesterday, and it was we're going to play the story, Bree, and then we're going to bring on the senator who actually received the initial complaint. I did, just full disclosure, I did reach out to Senator Amanda Shelton, who has oversight of the airport, but they're getting ready for session over there, the first session of the new year. So she was like, oh, and then I was like, oh, maybe we could catch up with you by next week, because she has said that she's having a sit down with GIAA Executive Manager John Kanata. Was that yesterday or today?
When I messaged her yesterday, she told me, she was supposed to be having a sit down with him yesterday.
Right. But I think at this point, given the documents that we were unable to unearth through a FOIA request and then subsequently broadcast on the news, I think it's beyond a sit down. I mean, this is a full-blown scandal. It's a full-blown scandal involving hundreds of people. And we'll go ahead and do the story here by Sabrina Salas-Mantanani from the KUAM News team.
It's no game what's going on at the Guam International Airport Authority.
GIA is aware of all the allegations of employee misconduct, and of course, we're investigating these allegations.
And throughout our interview with GIAA Executive Manager John Kanata, he held his poker face.
There's an ongoing investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Local?
Can't comment further.
Anybody terminated?
Yes.
How many?
Can't comment further, ma'am.
Do they wear a badge?
Can't comment further.
When were they terminated?
I can't comment further.
When was this complaint made?
Like I said, anything to do with this, the allegations and the investigation, I cannot be able to comment.
Despite our stack of questions, Kanata wouldn't fold.
I have to stick with the statement.
The GIAA executive manager may be sticking with this statement, but according to documents obtained through a Freedom of Information request, it lays all the cards on the table. According to the documents, Airport Police Officer 1, Jericho Santos, was terminated from the airport. According to the final notice of adverse action, Santos apologized for embarrassing the authority and took full responsibility for his actions. He admitted to being a gambler and did not deny gambling on duty. According to his case file with the Civil Service Commission, Santos was initially introduced to the Poker Bros app by Guam police officer Jesse San Nicolas, and then started as a player in an online mobile poker application in one of the Guam Police Department's online poker groups. Santos is then alleged to have started his own poker group called Jack 10. He recruited up to 249 active members, which included airport police officers, security guards, airport firefighters, Guam police officers, Guam firefighters, Guam National Guardsmen, DZSP personnel, Superior Court of Guam marshals, local business owners, civilians, off-island participants and players from all different professions from all over the island and even in the States. According to the documents, Santos admitted that he and his agents made an estimated $120,000 or more in U.S. currency collectively, and that he would receive $5,000 to $6,000 per week. His termination was effective December 31st. He has since filed an appeal with the Civil Service Commission. As for Kanata, he says he'll continue to flush out all those who may have been involved.
We are taking appropriate actions where necessary, and it will be dealt with convincingly.
Meanwhile, Chief of Police Steve Ignacio confirms he was informed of an ongoing investigation, which has prompted him to conduct an internal affairs investigation involving a single police officer. Ignacio, however, would not confirm if the complaint involved gambling and who informed him of the ongoing investigation.
Okay, so let's bring in Senator Joanne Brown, because she actually had received an anonymous tip about allegations at the airport. So good morning, Senator Brown.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
We're doing absolutely fantastic. Fantastic Friday in here. Thanks for joining us, Senator. So, yeah.
Yeah, so take us back when you first heard about these allegations about online gambling at the airport.
Well, it was actually several weeks ago. I did receive a call from an individual who was an anonymous caller. The individual did not identify their name, but they wanted to bring to my attention that there was an incident up at the airport where he specified that there were 6 officers that were involved at Port Police. One was a supervisor.
Airport police. Airport police, right?
I'm Airport police, yes. And he did specify that this happened even December. He was concerned. The individual was concerned because, they were police officers, and they were gambling. They were gambling using the computer and electronic devices, and they were exchanging money. And he felt that issue should just go beyond adverse action. He felt it was, in his view, the individual believed it was official misconduct, and he wanted to bring that to my attention. So that pretty much is all the information that was provided. I mean, I didn't receive any specific names. Of course, I'm just receiving a call, and that's the reason why I did send a message to, Senator Amanda Shelton, because she is the oversight for the airport and has more interaction and familiarity right now with what's going on up there. So I did bring it to her attention, and, for her to determine how to proceed with regards to that information, because certainly it is concerning. We've since found out, of course, from your news story yesterday and the information of the Civil Service Commission that this indeed happened. So, it has become verified. But of course, I mean, we just want to make sure that when people are giving us information, we have to, have a process for which we can get it to the appropriate parties. And hopefully if there's a need to further follow up and take appropriate action.
Right. And we're seeing this trend of whistleblowing a lot. I mean, I know during the height of the pandemic, there were a number of, and I want to say going back to the Guard, there was a lot of people putting out letters anonymously about General Agagi, and then more recently we had the public health issue where an anonymous tipster sent a bunch of emails with some very juicy details
and specific
details
pictures, video,
right? That would kind of to me infer that they either work at public health or like intimately familiar with its operations. And then so now you have this, and this I think it's huge. It's huge. I mean, if you look at these documents, Jericho Santos had 275 people.
249, I think.
249. Okay.
I think.
Well, let's just say hundreds of people.
Yeah.
Okay. And a lot of them were, brief firefighters?
Yeah, Superior Court marshals, airport police, some private business owners. There was a private company that was mentioned in there. But, Senator, after, the complaint you received was for airport police officers. And I'm not sure if you got a copy of the Civil Service Commission documents. And then after hearing that, it went from 5 to like 249 allegedly.
Right.
And not just at the airport. How concerning is that to you?
Well, that's where this whole issue, and you're right about people. I'm certainly almost on a regular basis here at the office receiving either calls or people just stopping by, wanting to relay their concerns about issues with regards to our government, how it's operating, concerns they have as to whether it's operating properly, as whether, government employees or officials are operating according to how they should be. And I think, we're just seeing a greater trend. I mean, a lot of our people are fed up with being fed up with seeing these type of things happen in their government. And they want people to be responsible. And if not, they certainly want people to be held accountable for it. And so I'm sure as we have, I certainly will continue to be open if people want to give my office a call or let me know. If they have issues, certainly we have to vet the information. I mean, we do need a process for which this information can be vetted properly. I mean, we're not here just to shame or go out and look for people to attack people. That's not the agenda, but the agenda definitely is to ensure that there's accountability. We talk about that, but we need to put it into place. We need to have accountability in our government. We have to ensure that public officials, and that doesn't begin and end at our level of senators or governors or mayors or judges. I mean, throughout the government, from the top to the bottom and the bottom back up, everyone who works for the government of Guam is a public official and should be held to a higher standard of performance. I think people are getting tired of seeing the lack of services and responsiveness they'd like to see from our government. And then we hear stories like this, where you have law enforcement officers that have a responsibility while they're on duty to ensure that they're performing their duties. I think we have an expectation for that. And that to find out that, you know, they're not only they're not performing their duties, they're engaging in activities that would be considered under our current law illegal. I mean, you know, last time I checked, last time the people of Guam voted on this issue, they didn't vote to support gambling on Guam. So that is a concern. Actually, a few weeks ago, when I first got back into the legislature after all these many years, it's going to be interesting this morning because this is my first session that I'm going to be attending in 15 years. But one of the things that I did do in a meeting that I had with Speaker Terlaki and Senator Tello Taitigui and I had gone to see her, and one of the things we did discuss, which I think there's a need for, it's because of circumstances like this, is the Committee on Corruption in the Guam legislature, so that we do have a process of accepting information that comes out of the public and the community and being able to vet that information and then, you know, have that committee review and determine the appropriate course of action so that our people know that there is a process in place so that if they do have a complaint, they know how that process is going to be vetted and where it's going to go. And certainly have other members of the legislature that will be on this committee to help determine how to proceed and how to evaluate the information. And certainly because the legislature has its oversight responsibilities that it should be involved in on a regular basis, we should be able to look into these issues within any respective department or agency in the government of Guam. We do recognize separation of powers. We understand that. But at the same time, we certainly have an obligation to ensure that we review these issues. And obviously, this particular circumstance is shown very clearly that there's a need to do that. There's a need to do that in our government.
What is the next step, Senator? What way should the legislature deal with this? I mean, let's face it. You have the feds coming out and they're saying that the court's corrupt, the marshals are wiping warrants, law enforcement on Guam involved with crystal meth, and now we get this gambling thing. So I mean, it's just one thing after another.
And I'll tell you what it tells me. It tells me that the more light you shine on these issues, the more attention is placed on it. When people that are doing misdeeds in this government realize that their eyes and ears all around them, including in the department and agencies that they're working in, then this issue is going to come to light. And when it comes to light, it's a little more difficult to be involved in these things or get away with it, especially when that information starts flowing and people can provide. I mean, this is just one example of one anonymous call, to my office. But, there's others that might have more specific information that gives us something that not only from our respective branch of government, to have oversight, but if we have enough proper information, then we can also refer it to the respective authorities. This type of stuff has been happening because nobody is able to have a way without retribution. You know that. I'm sure you probably, both the two of you on your program, probably get other people, other government employees that want to relay or have relayed information to you, but they're fearful, oh my gosh, I might get retribution. I'm going to get harassed. I'm going to get picked on. So they don't say anything sometimes, but they know very well what's going on. And I think if they know that their government and certainly our legislature is not going to sit back and let these things happen, and there's no accountability to the process. I mean, we're here, we're going to be doing the budget, we're taking the people's money to operate this government. We have a responsibility. Every elected official that has oversight over this government has a responsibility to ensure that our government is operating effectively and efficiently, and that where there are abuses in this government, where people are taking advantage of the public resource, of the people's money, then they certainly should be reviewed and held accountable through the appropriate authorities. And I think bringing this to light is definitely the way to go. Ensure we talk about it, we campaign on it, And I'm very much for my view. I've been in the government many years, and seeing and hearing things like this going on is just not right. We have corruption in our government. I mean, you can't want to gloss it over and make it seem, oh, everything's so good, everything's fine. We see that's not the case, and we see that at the end of the day, it's our people that suffer the consequences. They get less service, less resource, less response. And then the money that they're putting up that they should be benefiting from and the services that our government should be providing to them is being misused and abused by parties that have their own interests. Granted, in this case, I'm sure there are a lot of good law enforcement officers at the Guam Airport Authority, as I'm sure there is at the port, as I'm sure there is in the Guam Police Department. But when you have a few of those bad apples in the barrel, my gosh, it just gives a negative light, especially people that have, sworn to uphold their job responsibilities. They've taken an oath to do that. We have greater expectation of our law enforcement officers by virtue of the power that they have been granted by the people to ensure that things are operating properly and safely in their respective departments, be it the airport or the port, or certainly for the Guam Police Department on our roads out there, ensuring the safety and welfare of our people. So by all means, we have a greater expectation for law enforcement, and we should expect it, we should demand it. So when we see and hear things like this, it's very disturbing and it's very unsettling, because you're like, wow, they have time to do this on duty? How are we ensuring that they're taking care of their respective responsibilities at the airport? I don't think these are things that should be glossed over. I think they need to be brought to light. I think they need to be corrected. And we should build a better and stronger government that's more accountable and responsive to our community, because certainly I haven't been on the campaign trail for many years, but I have to tell you, even in spite of this pandemic last year, that's the message I'm getting from people out there in the community that I see, that come up to me, that want to relay their issues or concerns or their appreciation that these things are being looked into, because I think our people are just fed up. Like I said, they're fed up with being fed up about this and not seeing anything, that there's no consequence and that everything's laid back, we just let it go because it's been happening forever and, there's nothing we can do about it. And I'm saying, no, it's not right. We need to do, and we need to address it properly. And that's certainly why I want to pursue with Speaker Terlahi creating this committee on corruption in the Guam legislature, so that our people, at least through this branch of government, through this branch of check and balance, have an ability to have these concerns reviewed. And if it's determined that there's legitimate information provided, then definitely we should move it forward. We're not just here to smear people, attack people, or belittle people, but by all means, if you're a public official abusing public resources, you should be held accountable for it.
Senator, so at this point, and I'm pretty sure Senator Shelton has seen the story and, the major reveals that came out of it. At this point, is a sit down all that's warranted, or do you think that we need to see, because if there was an oversight or some kind of an investigation by the legislature into this, it kind of seems like it would fall under a bunch of different committees, right?
Well, but that's not that complicated to address. I mean, I've sat in the past in joint committee hearings that were their respective jurisdictions. That's not an issue. The respective chairpersons and members of those committees can be sitting on that committee, to oversee this. I mean, certainly, I think this is it's not my place. I'm sure these respective chairpersons know what their responsibilities are, but certainly I think the people of Guam should see an oversight hearing to find out exactly what is going on at the Guam Airport Authority, because these things have been left in the dark in the past, and then these things have been allowed to happen, and some people just take advantage of it. I mean, they build their own kingdoms in this government. They run their own show, and nobody holds them accountable. They get away with it. It's the people that come forth sometimes and speak up. They're the ones that have to suffer the consequence. And I just don't think that should be the case. I think we should ensure that these issues get brought to light and that they're corrected, and that all our public officials know that they're all under scrutiny. I mean, people see us every day. They may know our names. They may see our face. I mean, it's a little hard to hide in the dark when you're in your public life in a small island community. But we've got 11,000 plus government of Guam public servants. And they also, as far as I'm concerned, are public servants, public officials. And again, they should be held to the same responsibility and the same standard. They're paid for by public money. And we should expect more. I think what I'm sensing out there in the message is like, oh, it's kind of okay. Let's work on second, third, fifth, 10th chance, whatever the case may be. Like, hey, there are certain positions in this government. You got one chance. You have one chance. You have one chance with the people of Guam to perform responsibly. And when you don't, it's in the case, my gosh, of law enforcement that have the power to pull you over, arrest you. I better be careful driving out Route 10A anytime soon. but you understand what I'm saying here. I mean, they should be held to a higher standard than they should perform as such. I think this continued, anything goes kind of attitude. I'm sorry, that's not my philosophy. That's not how I see it. That's not what I see and hear from people in my constituency that are out there that talk to me, that come to my office and relay their concerns. They want better. They want better. They want a fair playing field for everyone. We're not out to shame anyone, but by all means, if you're engaged in public corruption, if you're engaged in abusing the resources of people, you should be held responsible.
So you had the meeting with the speaker and Senator Talos-Kaitigui about this committee on corruption. How did it end, and how would something like this be created? Does it have to go through the Committee on Rules? Does it go?
I was very favorably responsive to it. I think the thing we're looking at now is working on a process of that. What is the process? If a complaint, information comes in, how do we vet that? Where does it go? How does it get assigned? Because of course, we're in the legislative branch of government, and having been on both sides of the aisle, I do recognize what our authorities are here versus being in the administration. I hope the administration's also taking note and taking responsibility within their operations to also properly address these concerns and not just let them slide by. Especially when you have, like I said, you have law enforcement officials that are engaged. As the anonymous caller said, this is official misconduct. It's not just, let's, a little slap on the hand. Let's do a little adverse action and we'll make it go away. I mean, they're essentially law enforcement officers that are engaged in illegal activity, if according to what we saw in those civil service reports and according to that anonymous caller during official working hours, when they should be out there, ensuring the safety of the operations of the airport and the surrounding properties of the airport.
Right on. I mean, official misconduct, though, Senator, that doesn't mean anything to anybody nowadays.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said, Chris.
I said official misconduct. That doesn't mean anything to anyone in the government of Guam these days. It actually speeds up your hiring, looks like.
Well, that's why, recognizing that there's a loophole in the law, I did introduce Bill 3736. Hopefully, I'm sure I talked to Senator San Augustine the other day that he can schedule with his committee so that we can get that bill publicly heard and hear what our people have to say about that, and hopefully get it on the session agenda and address it. Because I think we need to have those standards in the government, especially for certain critical areas that exist. And now that we're finding that things are not as we would expect them to be, then I think we need to strengthen that process. We need to strengthen the hiring process and accountability of HR personnel to ensure that information and applications are properly vetted as well, that they're checking with previous employers, that they're ensuring that the credentials that are being brought forth are indeed correct, because we're ending up finding out that that's not the case. And there's a lot of finger pointing. So said this and so said that. But when you follow a process, and there's a process of accountability, it can be as simple as how you submit a formal document to the court. I mean, every single page is numbered and it's in a sequence. It's not something you can come back later and just stick something in and pull another document out. It's unfortunate that we have to look at things to that extent, but when you're looking at hiring someone who could have a lifetime employment for 30 plus years in our government, I think we should ensure upfront that they are being upfront. If there are certain areas, as we mentioned, like port of entries, where we may have further concern about individuals, perhaps they had bad judgments in the past. I mean, current leadership seems to think, well, if they've changed their way, then it's all good. But there's no guarantee of that. And I think we need to minimize those type of concerns at the point of entry, because as we're all aware, these drugs are coming into the island. They're coming into the island. The fact that the cost of crystal methamphetamine keeps dropping tells you it's readily available out there. And so it's getting into this island. It's getting in and harming our families. The fact that our people live like they're literally in prison in their home because they don't feel safe, we should be concerned about that. We really should. And we need to stop things at the point of entry and at the source.
By any chance, did you get to see the interview with the customs chief, Ike Pareto? He was kind of going over the oversight hearing, and he was talking about...
I listened to it. Yes, I did listen to it this morning.
Mm-hmm. So is that how it works, that the canine dogs, they only go out at the request of is it the port?
You know, there shouldn't have to be a request from anyone. I mean, you know, having run, you know, gosh, a good 12 years of my government career, I've been in management positions at Guam EPA, at DPW, and certainly the last 6 years, you know, at the Port Authority of Guam. Any good manager knows you always are going to have limited resources, some cases less than others. But what you need to do is maximize your resources. I mean, I was at Guam EPA, there were 53 personnel, 51 for the employee, the other 2 were myself and the administrator. And, you know, you have the whole island. You had all these major constructions going on at the time. You know, you're having violations left, right, up, and down. You need to maximize your limited resources, and people need to have a level of concern that if they violate that, the odds are fairly good if you get caught, you're going to suffer the consequences. So, you know, I understand we could talk about, and I hear that, oh, I don't have enough personnel. I don't have enough resources. I don't have this. I don't have that. Well, I go back to my days when I was working for Joe Atta as governor. And he told me, Joanne, tell me what you can do with what you have. Tell me what you can do with what you have. And that's a different perspective. It's like, okay, I only have so much, but this is what I can deliver for what I have. And that's what we want to hear. You know, to say, oh, you know what, if we're going to announce to all the drug importers that we're hanging out at the post office, then my goodness, my next shipment's going to come through the port because they're all down there. The drug sniffing dogs are all down there at the post office. But if I don't know, for example, every now and then incrementally unexpected, the drug sniffing dogs are going to show up, then I got to be a little more careful because you know what, they might be here. So I'm sorry. I've been in this game too long. I mean, I'm not just talking about it because I actually know what it takes to run a major operation and manage limited resources. And I think that's what we want to hear versus, oh, I can't because I got this. And so it's on, you know, this and they're off island on training and they're sorry. At the end of the day, I want to know what you're doing with your 3 dogs and how are you moving them around unexpectedly and unannounced so nobody knows when to expect them. Because I don't believe for one second that all is good down there and that drugs are not coming in. And if they're not aware in the last 5 years, then check with the previous chief of customs that actually we know very well. There's one particular shipment that came in. It came in a pickup truck. It got taken out of the port. It got taken to a bonded warehouse facility. And while it was in that bonded warehouse facility, I guess the recipients of that, you know, that load of drugs broke in, got that out of the console of that truck, and off they went. So it has happened, and it can be coming in different forms. It could be coming in the vehicles. It could be coming in a stuffed container that I don't know who's going to take the time to go over every single item in a 20 or 40-foot container.
Right.
So, you know, I just think we need to magnify our presence. We need to be unexpected by anyone. We need to be unannounced. We need to be having that level of presence. And there are times, yes, I remember the drug sniffing dogs. They had those air-conditioned, you know, cages that they were brought down. So I look at it that way. I know we're never going to have enough resources, but you know what? I think a little more effort needs to be made to magnify that presence and not simply say, well, you know, because otherwise, hey, you know, I'm not going to ship my next shipment through the post office because I know they're not paying any attention down at the port. That's something I think we've learned very well over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Sad to say.
Yep. Okay. Anyway, what time session?
It's 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Right.
10 o'clock.
Oh.
So I'll be heading there shortly.
So you got any power moves planned?
You're too funny, Chris.
I try. Right on. Oh, okay,
Sometimes
Senator.
we have to have a little humor in all this because otherwise we'd be incredibly disappointed.
You know what my mantra is, Senator? My mantra is from Mary Poppins. I don't know if you guys remember. A spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. The medicine go down in a most delightful way. That's my whole center. Just need a little bit of laughter. Yeah.
You're still looking at things on the positive side. But,
Oh, there's nothing positive about that. I'm just saying that you gotta put a little sweet to digest all this sour.
Here, we really do.
Yes,
Chris, I got Julie Andrews on line 1. She wants to talk to you about something.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Good luck today.
Yep.
Talk to you guys. Hi, Jason. Take care, Bree, and happy Chris, and happy Valentine's.
Right on.
For all of you and your.
Break a leg. 9:23.
Can't wait to watch session today.
Man, What's on the agenda?
I think it's just
Not
I wanna
that,
say 3 bills. I think.
Yeah, there's 3 bills.
Right.
Right. yeah.
Dang it, can't remember.
No, it's Senator Chris. I know
Yeah,
I did this
Chris
the other day. Senator
Duenas'
Chris Duenas' bill about the authority to extend the public health emergency
the
to the
superpowers
senators.
bill. Changes to the superpowers bill.
Senator Jim Moylan's bill about delaying the implementation of minimum wage
Right.
to March of 2022,
Mhm,
and then Senator Joe San Augustine's bill. And if it's Senator Joe, that would be finance. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I just read this yesterday.
You can watch it on the legislature's YouTube channel.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the dynamic because during the last term, I mean, the governor had her heavy lifters down there at the legislature. And so, one of them was Senator Regine Bisco-Lee, and she's no longer there. She's been replaced at the Committee of Rules by former Speaker Tina Mooney Barnes, who's now also the Vice Speaker. So I'm anticipating, I'm wondering if it's going to be anything like what we saw the last term, where you just had this kind of like factions, I guess, with the Democrats, where you had a few Democrats trying to question things, and then the other Democrats just shutting them down, cutting them off, muting the mics, all that stuff. So it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be a rocky ride under Speaker Therese Delai's leadership.
Okay, I just looked it up, and that other bill that we were trying to figure, it is a measure by Senator Joe San Augustine fast-tracking the conditional use approval process for temporary foreign labor barracks.
There's also the Guam Ethics Commission.
Right.
They're
Oh,
meeting today, 12:30.
Yeah.
They're meeting over Zoom.
Yeah, it's a Zoom meeting.
Zoom.
And they do have a new executive director, who I believe has to be confirmed by the legislature.
Do they? I know there's this back and forth with
Yeah.
the Vigilance Committee,
Mhm.
but I forget who told us that they had to be confirmed by the committee. Was it Shannon?
I guess, yeah, and so I guess the Vigilance Committee is saying that the Ethics Commission is operating under this assumption that that's the process, and the Vigilance Committee, which these guys are kind of like a transparency group, activist group, I would say. It's hard to categorize exactly what they are, but they're basically saying, show us in writing where it says that the governor has to appoint the executive director.
And then it has to be confirmed by the legislature, right?
Right, yeah. And so the Vigilance Committee is saying there's nothing in the law that says that, the law that created the Ethics Commission. So, and I mean, I don't know what the law says, but I think what's important with the Ethics Commission is that they need to maintain an arm's length from the governor's office. And it was funny because when I was talking to Shannon about, hey, who's the new executive director going to be, she had said, Adelup is going to announce it, which I thought was kind of interesting because in this climate where there are just so many interesting conflicts, that one of them, I think, is that, this is an example, is that Senator Talina is having the Civil Service Commission do a post-audit of the port hiring. And the Civil Service Commission is headed up by the father of the governor's chief of staff. And so just kind of relationships like that, they're literally iffy in my mind. And so that's why I think the Ethics Commission, which is supposed to be above all of this, or maybe not above like in a superior way, but definitely
Wait, what did
separate.
you say about the heading up the Civil Service Commission?
Well, Juan Cabo? John Junior Cabo's dead.
He's the head of the Civil Service
He's
Commission?
his title is in there. So. But yeah, so when they were like, the governor's going to announce it, I was kind of like, that doesn't make any sense because I feel like the governor should stay out of it, right? But then what ended up happening was we got Jesse Kenga on, who was the new executive director, yet to be confirmed or whatever. And he had said that, that Adelup was going to announce it, but they said, no, we're going to do it ourselves. So I think that's really key. I think people have just lost so much faith in the government. And, it's just a accumulation of what we've seen over the years. It's not just this administration. I mean, this has been like a slow burn that's always been threatening to boil over. And I think people don't have trust in the government anymore. I mean, you see it in the low voter turnout, and just people are very sarcastic. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying the Ethics Commission, they definitely have to do their part. And I think they got to come out, and if they get complaints that are about the administration, then they got to show that they have what it takes to independently investigate and resolve these matters. 9:28. We're going to take a quick break, and we're back with more on The Link next. Good morning.
Celebrate half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Your smile, little things you do for me, and the precious things you say. You have this sparkle in your eyes, that's why I feel this way. Girl, I wanna be with I'll stand. You know I'll never leave you lonely. 'Cause of you, I'm a better man. Girl, I wanna be with you. Girl, I wanna hold you tight. I wanna put my arms around you each and every night. Girl, I wanna hold your hand and make you understand. I wanna kiss you in the morning. I wanna be your man. Girl, I wanna be with you. Girl, I wanna hold you tight. I wanna put my arms around you each and every night. Girl, I wanna hold your hand and make you understand. I wanna kiss you in the morning. I wanna be.
Wow, taking me back there. Those two guys, Dennis Nakamura and dude, was that Bobby Alvarez?
I was gonna say it sounded like because of the.
I think so, because of Uke, yeah.
Yeah.
936.
Wait, Bobby owned that uke store down in the
Him
Gather Shopping Center, right?
and I think JB or something.
JB's ukulele hut.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that was a great place.
Good morning. It's Friday, 9:36, the 12th day of February, Valentine's Day weekend. Remember to protect yourselves at all times, guys. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Let's jump into the K-Wave News Zoom room. We kind of want to catch up with our friend Brian Terlahi, who, of course, is with Guma Rasanatsu Lati. But he's not here wearing that hat today. He's here because I follow him on Facebook. I know you do too. And he has been on what we call a little bit of a fitness journey. And so just wanted to bring you on here just to kind of share, and inspire maybe some of our viewers and our listeners that, we've had a lot of downtime during this pandemic. And here's a guy who definitely made use of it. Brian, so good morning and congratulations. You look great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Guam. Jason, Sabrina, and Chris. It's Mausi. Numanana Sijus para Toro Hamsu.
Algamas. Brian, let's talk about how you got into it, because I know that I did an event with you before the pandemic, and you look way different. Right? I mean.
Yes. So how it actually started was it wasn't, I didn't really have like a set goal for myself. I traveled a lot to the Philippines and Japan, and so one year I just decided, you know what, let me just get a checkup, and this was right after FESPAC, and so I just went. It was just very spontaneous, and I guess I already knew what the doctors were going to tell me, but I just wanted to be clear, just to know specifically what I needed to focus on. But in my mind, I already knew that I needed to lose weight. And it was because of so many ailments, I guess, diseases that run in my family, like heart disease and hypertension. And so that was like the driving force, diabetes. My father was diabetic. And so that kind of like set the pace for me. And I didn't know exactly what I actually know now. And so I just went ahead and did my checkup. And then from there, one step turned into two steps. And then it turned into like 1 week, into 1 month, into 1 year. And now I'm going on 5 years already. So that really just kind of set the pace for me. So now it's a really, first of all, I just want to thank the Lord for for giving me the opportunity to share. I know that I told myself I wasn't gonna get emotional, but
Please do, Brian.
I see one thing that this pandemic has taught me is patience. And I'm not gonna lie, I mean, it was very difficult. There's a lot of times when I just wanted to throw in the towel and say, forget this, I'm done. I even, at times when the pandemic first started, I went back into that mode of enjoying the food and just being lazy. But for me, there was more. It wasn't really for me. It was, like you said, Chris, there's a lot of people that lean on me. And it was very difficult for me to be there for my students, because how can I tell them to be better and to live their lives fully when I myself am not following into school? And so they were the ones that inspired me to continue moving forward. I mean, I took the first step, but then the journey got harder. And so even up until this day, it's as hard as it can be. And I know that it's even gonna get harder as I move forward. But when you have that student or that person that comes to you and says, thank you for being such an inspiration to me, that just pushes me even forward to do what I do. And it has become more of not a goal anymore. It's not even a journey for me anymore. It's more like a responsibility that I have, not only to myself, but to everyone else who leans on me. And it's not only my students, it's not only my family, but I have been getting messages from all over the world saying, thank you for giving me that inspiration to at least be a little bit healthier, and it's not only the physical side to it. When I was much bigger, I actually was a very miserable person, but I hid behind my smile. I hid behind the work that I did. I engrossed myself in the work that I did. And mind you, I love what I do, but inside I wasn't happy, for myself. And when I started to lose the weight, I started to notice that I was more positive. I know that everybody in this pandemic, everybody is struggling and hurting, but what this weight loss has taught me is to be patient, because there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And when we reach that light, there's going to be another journey that we need to continue with. And there's going to be another light at the end of the tunnel, because it never ends, And so that's the message that I want to give out to people is, do you continue to do you, forget about what people say about you, because ultimately at the end of the day, it's you, so so this journey has pushed me to my limits. There are some people that have been very staunch support to me. If I may, I wanna recognize, first of all, I call him my coach, but he's like my brother, and he's the one that actually, when I started this journey, I never wanted to go into the gym at all. I was so intimidated by, it took me 3 years to actually set foot, 2 years, to set foot into the gym and just to actually be there. But my coach, I want to recognize him. His name is
Oh, the suspense is killing me.
I know.
Who's your coach?
Are you there, Brian?
He's still frozen. Yeah, it's because it's winter time, guys.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I get a lot of people freezing up in the Zoom.
What a perfect timing, right? Oh my goodness.
We're gonna get him reconnected. But guys, did you see the pictures that they had in that montage?
Yeah.
We've known, and we've had the pleasure of
for a long time
knowing and working with Brian for for many years and everything like that. Amazing transformation.
And you may see him because I think he works out in Paradise again.
There he is.
Yeah,
There you
yeah,
go.
yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Was that me?
I don't know.
Well, you cut off right when you said, and I want to give like a lot of praise to my coach and the coach's name is. So everybody was like, wait, what?
So
the one thing I wanna, he doesn't like the limelight. Even when I say, hey, let's take a picture, he doesn't like the limelight. He hates it. So, and that just shows the humility that he has. But he actually like is always there. I mean, there's tons of people. There's my colleagues over at John F. Kennedy High School, that the PE teachers that have always been the support and my advice. You know, they always say, sir, you need to do this, you need to try doing this, you need to do this. And I take it, you know, I'm a listener, and from there I just kind of follow through with everything that they tell me. So, you know, there's just
Brian.
numerous.
Yeah, who's your coach?
What's the name of the coach?
Oh, I'm sorry. His name is Derek Maniebo. He's actually not a coach. I just call him my coach.
Right.
You know, he's a very good friend of mine. His children and his wife all dance in my guma. But you know, aside from the guma, he's a great support in the guma, but he also is, you know, he's a big inspiration to me, and he kind of like opened that door for me to work out with the boys, and that just like made me feel even more comfortable, because it's like a family there, you know. And it's just so funny that you know, Chris, I think the universe is kind of telling me something, because Chris, when you mentioned to me yesterday, do you think we can go on the link? When I was leaving Paradise Fitness Center yesterday, what's his name? Michael Scroll goes, hey brother, we need to do a testimony with you.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm not one for the limelight. You know me, I'm not one for the limelight. And, you know, I was kind of telling my family that I'm nervous. I'm actually nervous to be on the link to talk about this, because this is the very first time I've ever spoken about my weight loss. And, you know, I truly feel what people feel when just to take a step forward, you know, those of us that are overweight, or, you know, we have certain situations with our bodies, you know, that's the most personal thing that you know, it hits home, and to actually put it out there, you know, to the public is a big thing, you know. But I keep telling myself that DJ, it's not even about you anymore. It's about the people that you inspire, you know. And one thing that I love though is I just went for a run this morning, you know, a 5-mile run. So one thing that I love to do is I love to, when I'm running and I see so many people out there getting healthy and fit, that just boosts my spirits, you know, to continue to do what I do. I don't even know these people, but I'm like, hey, go for it. Continue to do what you're doing, man.
Get it, girl.
You know, yeah, get it, girl.
Right on.
You know, like, so, but yeah, so that's my journey, guys.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
You look so good.
You do. I don't even want to know how many pounds, or I mean, but just it looks like you lost 1,000 pounds. It's crazy.
Oh gosh. Well, when I started out, when I weighed myself 5 years ago, I was 298 pounds.
Right.
And then my lowest that I went on before I started hitting the gym was 170 pounds. So I lost over 100 pounds.
Wow.
And now I've learned not to go on the scale anymore, because I'm hitting heavy now at the gym, and it was because of the inspiration that my coach Bo actually kind of exposed me to.
Right.
And so yeah, so you know, my weight fluctuates, but I just honestly, I want to tell the public that it really is not what the scale tells you.
Correct.
It's actually how you feel about yourself.
Exactly.
You know? So if you wake up in the morning and you feel 10 pounds lighter, then you're 10 pounds lighter. You know, just continue to.
Thank you, B, for that.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with the scale here at work. I don't know what it is, but something wrong with it. But it is. You're right. It is about how you feel, and I think you raise an interesting point when you talk about the weight loss. But I see in the videos, man, you're lifting pretty heavy, so you look really good. But do you feel like stronger?
I do actually, but not not only stronger physically, you know, you are your only competition, right? So every day I always try and be better than I was yesterday. Not only in the physical fitness world, but also just as a person, you know. And every year I give myself a goal, not really a goal, because I've met my goal already, but I've told myself that, okay, 2021 is my year. 2021 is a year that I need to be a better person. I need to approach life in a different way. You know, I need to be a brighter person. This weight loss, a lot of people think it's just weight that you're losing, but you're gaining, you know, spirit, you're gaining motivation, you're gaining, you know, inspiration from so many people around you. But yes, do I feel stronger? I do. Before I was very intimidated to walk into the gym, or even just, I just hid in the machines, you know. But now I walk into that gym because no one knows your story but you know. And so for those people that are intimidated or scared to actually go for it. The only person that's going to make that difference is you. And you need to take that step forward. You know, that's the hardest thing, is taking that first step. Once you take that first step, everything else is a breeze. So, yeah.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And I just want to say I see Sabrina all the time running that treadmill in the gym. So
Yeah. That's the hint. Like, girl, you better get your ass back in the gym.
Yeah. I like what you said about before you used to be intimidated, Brian, but now when you show up, I bet you're like, yep. What's up, Swole Patrol? Uh-huh. B, thanks for your time,
Wait,
man.
what time do you work out?
Okay, so my mind says 3 o'clock, but I usually start at 4. So I usually hit the gym around 4. I'm done by 5:30, and then I go for a 5-mile run at 5:30. And then I'm usually
PM?
done by 7. Yes.
PM.
PM. Okay.
But in the weekend, I do the morning runs. Yeah.
Nice.
So
Okay.
I also want to just recognize my 3 sisters that always run with me now: Jolene, Cruz Camacho, Lynette Cepeda Cruz, and Chris Convento. These 3 are just my motivation, and they continue to keep me on my toes even when I'm freaking dead tired, but still, you know? So thank you guys.
Thank you, Brian.
Maybe
Thank you so
one
much.
day you'll see me back there. I'm usually out at Paseo, though, nowadays.
Yeah.
Just walking around.
Thank you, Brian.
But, you know, thank you. Thank you so much.
God bless you. Have a great weekend. Happy Valentine's Day.
Take care.
You too.
Adios.
Hagamos. Yep. Yeah, he's right. I mean, it's tough.
It is tough. And, you
Tough.
know, during the pandemic, I just didn't really do anything because we were working out prior at 3 o'clock in the morning over at Custom Fitness.
Right.
Because we were training for
UGM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the show came on, and
And that was it for early morning workout. And then, you know, it's hard. It's difficult. But, I mean, if you can do it and you want to do it, you get her done. But I think the biggest part, I mean, yes, taking that first step, it's crucial. But in my case, I've taken a lot of first steps. So you got to be consistent after you take that first step. And then, you know, you really can't ignore the diet component of it. Right? So I'm at a point where I realize, like, I'm never going to be skinny. So I might as well just, you know, work on the cardio or whatever.
You could. But
Yeah,
a lot
okay,
of it is the what you put into your body.
Amen.
The
Yep.
food.
But you know what? It is like what the Navy SEALs say. They say, you know, like mind over matter. If you don't mind, it's not going to matter.
Is that what the Navy SEALs say?
Yeah.
Right on.
But
All right.
I think the one takeaway that I took from Brian, and he said, like, with his journey, I mean, I want to go on record and saying Brian's purpose on earth is to inspire others. I mean, he's done such good work in the community as an educator, with culture, with language, with dance and everything like that. So many people owe so much to him. And now, you know, they can take away fitness, which is applicable to everybody, right? But yeah, it's like you can, if you want to be super skinny, Chris, I mean, you can do it.
I don't think it's about being like super skinny, but just being healthy.
Yeah.
You know?
No, man, I can run miles. I could do all the stuff. It's just, I don't diet. That's it.
Yeah. And even like I remember when I first started on my fitness journey, he's right though, just getting into the gym, because I used to be so intimidated. Like you'd go in there and you're like, oh man, all these people know what they're doing. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You know, I look stupid. But then, I got over it, and it's like,
Yeah.
I don't care.
It's funny because, like even me before I ever went into any gym, whether it was Paradise or Custom, I just had it in my mind like, oh, they're just a bunch of jerks. Oh, they're so fit. Oh, they just hate on people who are chunky. But it's not even like that at all, right?
Yeah.
When you go in there, like everyone's kind of just doing their own thing, right?
Mhm.
I mean, they're not like looking out and seeing who's here. It's not like mass. People are just like in their zone, like they're trying to just get their sweat on and get their workout going. And so if you guys are ever worried about, being intimidated, going to a gym, just take it out of your mind because everybody's there for the same reason. They're just there to get their fitness on.
And you know what? Health is addictive, though. You get through a workout, you're going to feel really, really good, and you're going to want to go back.
He's right though. Like when he's out there and you see a lot of people out there getting their fitness on.
Yeah.
When I'm at Paseo, there's a lot of people, and there's also a lot of people playing basketball. People park their cars in the Paseo parking lot, and I know they're walking around Paseo. They're working around Paseo.
But the walkers and the joggers pretty much took over Tumon.
Yeah, I've been down
Right.
there
I mean,
too.
it's just crazy. All hours of the day, you just see people running, people walking. And I mean, it's great. It's great. Props to you guys. 9:55. We're going to take a...
And if you see me walking at Paseo and I don't say hi, it's because I have my earphones on, so I'm not really paying attention.
If you ever see me running in Tizan or anywhere and I don't say hi, it's because I'm dying. Okay?
My friend messaged me yesterday. She's like, hey, I saw you at Paseo the other day, but you didn't hear me because you had your earphones on. I was like, next time, throw a rock.
Yeah. Someone's like, hey, I saw you running and you looked mad. And I was like, yeah, because I was. 'Cause I hate running. That's it. Man, running sucks. Don't let anyone fool you guys. Running sucks. It's one of the suckiest things you can do. But is it worth it? Yeah. Okay. 9:56. We'll take a break, come back, and we're going to give away some Valentine's gifts here on the link. So good morning on you, and keep where you got it. It's the 12th day of February. We'll just go ahead and start now. I got 2 movie passes to Tango Theaters, and you can redeem these movie passes today, tomorrow, or on Sunday, Valentine's Day. Any movie you want to see, any time of day, you and that someone special. Okay, don't be taking your tack, man. We don't want to get involved in any of that nonsense. You can go see any movie anytime, today, Saturday, or Sunday, courtesy our friends at Tango Theaters. So we'll take, let's go ahead and take caller number 9 at 637-0094, and we'll hook you up with those movie passes. Again, courtesy Tango Theaters, right here on the link. That's caller number 9 at 637-0094.
Banners, posters,
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Take Me Back kind of song. Classic though, Andy Garcia. 10 o'clock. Good morning. Friday. This is the link. We're KUAM FM, Agani, Guam. We're giving away a couple movie passes here, courtesy Tango Theaters. There's a great selection of movies showing, Jay.
Yeah, let me bring that up again.
Thank you.
Had it earlier this morning. Okay, Promising Young Woman, the thriller. If you guys are into movies that may get you a little bit,
yeah, it's got
a little bit rattled in a good way.
It's got some curves. It's got some big plot twists. I recommend it. It's great.
Okay, there is also
The Little Things with Denzel Washington,
Yes.
Jared Leto, and
Rami Malek.
Yep.
There is also
There's also the Black Panther movie, the real Black Panther movie.
Is
It's like a Fred Hampton or something like that.
Okay, there's also Wonder Woman 1984. So, Brie, if you want to check that out.
That is really cool.
I
That is.
watched it already.
That's a movie
Pretty
theater
good.
movie though,
Mhm.
right? When you get in there and you get Cheetah like flipping out. And yeah, basically they got a lot of cool movies, guys. And guess what? You can buy concessions too. Okay. So we're gonna get a winner here. We're looking for caller number 9 at 637-0094, and I believe we have her. Good morning. This is the link. Who's this?
Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hi. What's your name, ma'am?
This is Connie.
Connie. Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's, guys.
Did you just say Valentine's?
Sorry?
Did you just say Valentine's?
That's a thing on the net.
Happy
I go with Valentine's because it's a time of loving. Connie, congrats. We're sending you to the movies. Who are you going to take with you, though?
I will take my son with me.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm finally waiting for this to happen, to go to theaters.
Right, I've been waiting a long time for the movies to reopen, and they finally have. What are your plans for this Valentine's Day weekend, Connie?
No plans, but I guess we can go ahead and go to the movies now that I've won these tickets.
Nice.
Do you have a special someone who's not your son in your life?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you have anything romantic planned?
No, everything is fully booked, so we'll stay away for a while and let that die down and then head on out to celebrate.
There you go. So there you go, guys. There's your out. You can tell your other half that you tried to call around, but everywhere is booked because they're only on 50% capacity.
That's true. I'd rather go old school and just barbecue.
Yeah, What's your other half's name, if you don't mind us asking?
Joe.
Joe, and what is it that you love about Joe, Connie?
He just does a lot for us. He's played a father figure in our lives, so sweet, hard worker.
When did you know it was love with Joe? Was there a moment where you said, you know what, man, he's a keeper?
Things just fall in place. Have patience.
Nice. How long you guys been together?
We'll be going on a year.
Yeah, day, newlywed. Yeah, day.
Yeah, especially if you work so hard and you hardly spend time, you got to make it happen.
Right on. So this is kind of like almost like a pandemic romance, huh, Connie? You guys been together a year. It was just a little bit before the pandemic that you hooked up, huh?
That's true. Way before a pandemic, things happen. So
Right on.
gotta just trust in God.
Amen. Connie, I'm going to put you on hold and we're going to get your info. And then congratulations, courtesy Tango Theaters. You're going to the movies.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Stand by. All right, Bree, what do we got over there?
Well, we've got this promotion that we're doing.
Right.
this
Let me just,
show-
full disclosure, we wanted to do a bachelorette type of thing, right? But because of COVID, we didn't do it because it was just, there's too much liability. You know what I mean? So that was thrown out.
Right. So now we're doing, we're showing some love to our frontliners, and we've
Amen.
reached out to different agencies and organizations to, let us know who you think, what in your agency, as a frontliner that that deserves some love.
Yep.
And so we got a few names from some different people, and we're going to be giving away today for Valentine's, and we're still giving away stuff next week.
Right.
But for today, because this has to be this weekend,
Right.
Valentine's dinner for 2, that's what we're giving away. It's a 6-course meal from the Hyatt Regency Guam.
Wow.
Right. So we want to thank Hyatt Regency for providing this to give away to Frontliner. We also have a Valentine's dinner for 2 to Ruby Tuesday, and another Valentine's dinner for 2 to Ruby Tuesday.
Right
And
on.
again, you got to go there on Valentine's Day. Take your honey and
Take your honey, don't bring your money, because we got you.
right. So you want to give it away now?
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right. So
It's not COVID.
a Valentine's dinner for 2, 6-course meal from Hyatt Regency Guam. This is for Sergeant Tom Algier with the Guam Police Department.
There you go.
There's a little bit of a backstory to him and the reason why he was nominated. As from what I understand, he did have, a personal connection story behind COVID. I'm not sure if I want to share all of that, but he is a frontline hero, and this was a nomination from the Guam Police Department.
There you go.
Again, Sergeant Tom Algier, congratulations.
Congrats, Sergeant Tom.
And thank you for your service and everything that you
I hope you get
our
lucky
community.
on Sunday, Sergeant Tom. Bring the handcuffs. Hey.
Hey, and so for the Valentine's dinner for 2 to Ruby Tuesday, this is a nomination that came from the Guam National Guard.
Right
and
on.
so the going to Ruby Tuesday on Valentine's Day is Senior Airman Walter Hattig from the 254th Red Horse Squadron. He is with the Air National Guard.
Right on. Congratulations, Sarge.
Right.
All right. And another Valentine's dinner for 2 to Ruby Tuesday. This is a nomination that came from the Department of Public Health.
Oh, nice.
So going to dinner is Margaret Gay.
Nice. We had her on the
Yes,
show.
we
Yeah.
have.
Great
She's,
lady. What a great
one
lady.
of the head nurses. She's
Yeah.
involved with the rapid engagement team,
Yep.
all of it.
Yeah.
The quarantine, or not quarantine, the community testing,
Mhm.
and I'm almost sure probably with the vaccinations.
Mhm.
So, congratulations to these frontline heroes. And of course, to our sponsors for helping us out with this. Again, that's Ruby Tuesday and Hyatt Regency Guam. We'll reach out to you guys and let you know how you can
Yes.
come pick up your gift certificates. But again, this is just for today's giveaways. Next week, we're going to be giving away more gift certificates from our partners in the community, from Market Deli. I believe that's
Oh, yeah. These are
Payless.
cool.
Right, and Circle K 76. So we're going to be giving out gas cards, food gift certificates, and products from Coca-Cola.
So the love continues.
The love continues. next week.
Love, exciting and new. Come aboard.
Go on.
We're expecting you and hey, love. Hey, tip your waitress. Life's sweetest rewards. Please try the fish.
What do I got to tip to shut you up?
Yeah. Let it
sounds
flow.
good.
Yeah.
It flows back to you, the love boat.
I don't know the words.
Starring Sabrina Salas Matanani as your ship's captain.
There you go. Hey, we
DJ Joe Sir as the bartender. And Chris Barnett as your yeoman's purser, otherwise known as Gopher. Remember Gopher?
Yeah, I
The
remember.
funniest dude.
Yeah.
They gotta make more shows like Love Boat, man.
Love Boat was a great one.
Everyone who was a somebody was on Love Boat every single week. It's like, hey, there's Telly Savalas is on Love Boat.
Yeah, so we basically promised you guys some singing yesterday, and Jason Solis delivered.
And that was it.
Yep. Again, some of the takeaways this morning, Bree, there was a ton of them.
Yeah, well, I thought it was interesting when we had Senator Joanne Brown on, and she was mentioning that she had a meeting with the speaker, and Senator Tello Taitagui was there as well, and they were talking about possibly creating this legislative committee on corruption.
Right.
Then, of course, she also spoke about the oversight hearing and the interview that we had earlier with the Customs Chief Ike Pareto. and inspections that are or have not been conducted at the Port Authority with the canine units, dogs, because those are the ones that really can go out and sniff out the drugs,
Yep.
right? Instead of just the physical inspections in this scanner machine that he was referring to. But those dogs are, what did he say? They only had 3?
They only have 3, then 2 of the guys are deployed, and there's some other thing where the dog ate their homework.
Yeah, so they've been focusing their efforts over at the post office
Right.
and at the airport. So they didn't really sound like they were kind of doing a lot of inspections over at the port authority,
right.
and
they haven't seized any drugs at the port
Right.
in the last it's been several years.
yeah.
What do you think of that, Joe, sir? He's like,
No comment.
No comment. Can't comment. But when I said to Custom Chief Ike Pareto, I said, so yeah, basically you're saying there's no drugs coming into the port. He was like, oh, no, I didn't say that, boy. I was like, okay, so it is what it is, guys. 10-12.
I just got feedback.
On your singing?
Yeah, well, it's from Betty Ann, one of our coworkers. Jace, did Joe Sir give you that shirt? It's too small. No, she's teasing. She actually said this is very nice.
That. Jay's shirt's very nice today.
No, Ken St. Nicholas gave this to me a couple Christmases ago.
Those are like lemon leaves. There's different kinds of leaves.
No, but this is Banana Republic.
Right.
So
Nice.
it's very, very comfortable. So thank you.
They
Ken.
changed the name of Banana Republic?
Did they?
Yeah, because it was deemed offensive.
Oh.
Right.
So
because the Banana Republic refers to like a so-called third world
Oh.
country that government is not to be taken seriously.
Yeah. Oh, well, tell you what, I want to give you guys a heads up while we're talking about takeaways and everything like that. Coming up at 11 o'clock right here on our Facebook page, our Dave Delgado has his sports link. So that's going to be streaming live, and he is going to interview Frank the Crank Camacho, who about 2.5 hours embarked on his 24-hour run. Now, he's doing this for the next day, and he also talked to Matt Skro from Guam Time. So Dave sat down with them, and he also went from the world of running, and of course Frank is doing that to help the island's homeless, and so that's going to be at 11 o'clock right here on Facebook.
Right.
And then Dave also talks to Trevin 5-Star Jones, who is going to in his super hardcore training regimen, because Trevin's a big star in MMA. And then, so that's coming up at 11.
Right. We're going to leave you actually with this Cover Me brought to you by Burger King, where today you can get chicken fries. Friday, I love chicken fries at BK. It's our old buddy Joe Cruz. What songs are you doing, Jay?
I think this is an original, I believe.
Oh, it's Joe Cruz is doing the performance.
Yeah, but Joe used to work with us. He was a performer. He's very well known in the music community, and he relocated a few years ago and is doing pretty well in San Jose.
Right.
So he's out there.
So here's Joe Cruz with his hat. Brought to you by Burger King.
And his hair.
Guys, thank you guys for this week. You're awesome. Bree?
Yes, thanks, and everybody please be safe.
That's it.
And have fun on Valentine's.
Yeah, and just have a great weekend, guys. We're not going to be here on Monday. Well, Sabrina's going to be here, but there's going to be no link, so we'll be back at you Tuesday.
And just, by the way, I am on a new schedule. It's not that I'm, coming in late or anything.
No,
but,
you can't have that
I'm on
now.
a new schedule where I'm 8 o'clock to...
Because Joan's on leave, so now Bree's coming in at 8.
Yeah.
For the next 2 weeks.
Which means it's a boys' party for the first 2 hours of the show.
Yeah.
And then we get serious when Mama Boss comes in. 10:15. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Esta. And Joe.
Bye.
Have a good weekend.
Happy Valentine's.
A certain shade of green. Tell me, is it what you need? All signs around, they say move ahead. Won't someone please explain to me your ever-present lack of speed? Are your muscles bound by the ropes? Or do crutches cloud your day? My sources say the road is clear. street signs point the way. You're gonna stand around till 2012 AD. What are you waiting for? A certain shade of green. Think of Google Great, watching you procrastinate. What are you waiting for? A certain shade of what, a routine invitation. Sign choose now or lose it all. Sedate your hesitation, or inflame it, you stall. You've been raised in limitation, but that glove never fit quite right. The time has come for hand-me-downs. Choose a new, please evolve and take flight. You're gonna stand around till 2012 AD. What are you waiting for? A certain shade of green. Think of Google Gray, watching you procrastinate. What are you waiting for? A certain shade of gray. A certain shade of green.
The One Micronesia update is presented by Taco Bell. Live Mas.
Hafide guys, and we're back with another episode of the One Micronesia podcast. And now in this episode, I sit down with the one and only Frank the Crank Camacho and Matt Scro to talk about an event that they put together, an event that really goes to support a great cause.
I was like, maybe I want to go do this 24-hour freaking run walk thing and just try to clock in as much hours as I can get, or as much miles as I can get in within 24 hours, And I was like, and then I ran into an interview on the link. It was of this homeless veteran that he was on the show with Chris and Sabrina. And man, he just answered a lot of misconceptions that I had with homelessness. And I started doing some research, and I was like, holy moly, this is very, very complex. The misconceptions of just thinking that people choose to be homeless or whatever, but it's like, really, it's so complex. And the reality of it is a lot of people are just a paycheck away, a hospital bill away, a house fire away, a death, a depression away from being homeless, and that's the reality of it. And then especially when you add COVID on top of that, right? It gets even more complex, and then of course you have addiction, you have drugs, there's so many factors. So it's so complex, but it's a subject and an issue that needs we need to spread awareness about, right? And educate, because man, within 24 hours, 48 hours of just Googling, I was able to find a lot of information on our brothers and sisters that are experiencing homelessness, and not by choice. So it's very complex. It's such a sensitive issue. And I was just thinking, hey man, I don't have $1 million. I don't got $1 billion to help my cellos out, my fellow islanders, but I got 2 strong feet and a will, to somehow spread awareness and to educate. So that's when I hit up my boy Matt, dude. I was like, hey Matt, Guam time, this is what you do. You're a promotional you come from a promotional background, and man, this is your thing, dude. You know what I mean? And I know you're totally down to freaking to come walk with me and whatever, but let's do, if you're down, let's do something that we can really have a strong impact on. And man, right off the bat, when I told him the idea, he was on board, and I had no real expectations of how we can raise funds and awareness, but man, we are with the help of Matt and Guam Time, dude, we've raised so much, way more money that we've ever that I expected for the Guam Homeless Coalition, who we're working with, and 100% of the proceeds. But Matt could definitely get into that even more. But it's just been crazy journey, and there's no turning back.
But the one thing I want to say is during this week, what we really want to do is promote the event, but spread awareness. So if you continue to follow Frank's or the Guam Times social media, we're going to be filtering out a lot of different statistics that we've been given through the Guam Homeless Coalition. So, it's great we're raising money for this 1 week and this one day, but our main goal is that we really hope people understand more about what's happening to our local community, our neighbors, those living on the streets, how old they are. I think the one that kind of broke my heart the most is to see kids from birth to 5 years old, how the percentage of them that live on the streets. And, it's things like that, to the ethnicity, to the main villages that are hurting, programs that we could help our homeless community. I think if we could continue to spread awareness and then raise money and raise or get donations in the process, I think that's the main goal for this event.
I think for everybody who's watching, especially the FAS citizens who watch the podcast, to see that there are FAS citizens out there who are hurting as well. Not everybody's doing good. Some are just during COVID they couldn't just make ends meet, so they fell into the stats here, it was crazy. So that's one of the reasons why I want to bring you guys up here and to talk about this amazing event that goes to support not only it supports everybody pretty much.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like man, like the show One Micronesia, you know what I mean? Like it's just hard to see, or it's just it really touches home when someone needs help, and we can. So, and to add on to that, I think another great way that they can contribute to the event is to take 10-15 minutes of their time and just Google and do some research on homelessness. That really just opened my eyes to a lot of things. And share, you know what I mean? Just share the information that you find, whether it's at the dinner table, or whether it's with your significant other, or whether it's through a sharing via a tweet or an Instagram story post, So just share and do your part and educate yourselves.
Thank you so much, Brother Frank and Matt, for all the awesome work you guys are doing to help our Guam homeless community. And guys out there, like Frank said, if you have time, 10 minutes of your time to spare in looking into research and to how you can help out our Guam homeless community, do so. Take time and do your part. Don't forget to catch the full episode tonight on KOAM TV 8 at 6:30, and then tomorrow on the KOAM News Facebook Live. Until then, you guys have a great and awesome one. Peace.